Hello, everyone. We are live with the third day of the St. Louis Rapid tournament, and with us is a legendary player, Grandmaster Artur Yusopov, also FIDE trainer
Hello.
and the author of a lot of books. And we will be able to talk to Artur about the books and about his professional career. And you are welcome to ask questions. And I'm Maria, and the games are, I think, about to start. And we have some really exciting games today lined up. Of course, probably the most important is Alireza against Magnus.
Yes, that should be a very exciting game. But also Nepomniachtchi so, yeah? They have the following Magnus at the moment, yeah, with 1 point difference.
Yeah, Nepomniachtchi is just a point behind. Of course, the game between Levon Aronian and Hikaru Nakamura must be interesting to see as well. And
True. So maybe two others are slightly less exciting at the moment, but of course also great players.
yeah, we will see how the games will go, and if one of these games is slowly going, then we can check the others. And yeah, the first move is made in Alireza game. And just before the start, we were speaking with Artur about our cats, which is not so chess related. But if you guys are following Twitter, you probably saw a short clip of Wesley So playing his game while holding his cat, and that was a very sweet moment where even the commentators said we need a cat camera. But it was very sweet how he was holding his cat and comforting, and yeah, it's interesting. Do you sometimes also cuddle with your cat during some work online or some?
Yes, a little bit, but yeah. Also, Alekhine had a cat, and during his match against Max Uwe, yeah, so
Yeah, bringing him
it's a
luck.
long chess tradition, yes.
Yeah, the cats are comforting and they're releasing stress, at least some of them. My cats are only interested in treats. They only come to me for treats. But yeah, yesterday was a funny moment with my cat really making some strange sounds. I've never heard anything like this. But yeah, Boris was inquiring whether the cat was okay or not, which is very sweet.
I saw your cat, so everything is fine. Yes,
One of them at least is fine.
I see already some games are in the progress, like Nepomniachtchi so.
Yeah, do you want to start with the Nepo game then?
That's probably a good idea, yes.
That's some sort of Italian, right? Just with a different move order, but yeah, like closed with D3.
Yes, it was kind of Italian, and now C4 came, yes? That's
which is gioco piano, right? I keep calling it in Russian Italian. But
yeah. In fact, okay, this is maybe two knights opening or bishop opening, yeah. So you can, but it is basically the same positions, yeah. So with white bishop on c4 and d3 played, and now something interesting happened with the last move, c3 c4, which I think Jan played extremely quick. Yes.
Yeah, he's as usually he's building up on his time instead of spending it.
So it's his strategy, putting pressure. Yes, last move attacks the black center. Oh, everything seems to be prepared, yes, by Jan.
Not only prepared, it's nearly pre-moved, because he's only losing half a second for every move, as I can see. He already gained 30 seconds by making 11 moves. So that's crazy.
Extremely fast, yes.
And I just hope that nothing like yesterday will happen with his probably a bit too quick queen b7 against Jeffrey, where he was lost after the same amount of moves as in this game.
Hmm. Yes. I think there is some problem because this is rapid. It's not blitz. Yes, so you have enough time. Basically, you don't need to play this fast.
Of course, the increment of 5 seconds can be a little bit tricky because we are probably more used to bigger increment, like 10 seconds or even more when you have 20-25 minutes at the start. So 5 seconds is closer to blitz. So when you have like 5 minutes left, it's probably more of a blitz already. But at the start, like, yeah, you don't really need to play so fast. But well, young blood and very active players who also like to play bullet and blitz.
Yes, but you can switch to blitz modus little bit later, maybe. So I'm not sure. Of course, everybody has his own strategy in this
Yeah, it can
tournament.
be putting some psychological pressure. I think it works really well when you have over the board event and when the player is moving so quickly against you and also obviously thinks about the next move using your time. It can be kind of intimidating. And I saw that it worked for Nepo quite a lot. People, they because you cannot leave the board basically. So they have to sit, they have to make a move, and then immediately he replies, and it can throw you off the grid a lot, and yeah, you cannot really go around because you cannot. I think it's kind of allowed to stand up if it's your move, but only if you do it super quickly. But otherwise, it's kind of against the rules to stand up and leave if it's your move. So it can be really making you feeling uncomfortable.
Yeah, that is true, and it was not so easy to play against these very fast players. Like, for example, Vishy Anand and his best times, he was very fast. So it was just some special experience. That's true, but probably these profis, they are ready to meet this as well. So or should be ready at least.
But of course,
Uh,
online it's not so crucial because first of all, the players cannot leave the computer during the game, and second, they don't see each other, or at least they don't need to look at each other. So the cats can help here.
But what a nice strategy basically from Jan with c4, c5 and exchange of white squared bishops. Somehow his knights would be nice. I would say that there is a problem now for black if he takes with queen and queen b7. Yeah, that's and knight cannot go to any place. If you can imagine some move like queen c6 after this, white exchanges and plays rook c1, hitting both pieces on c line. So it seems to be, in my opinion, it was a preparation mainly.
Yeah, and of course, knight c6 now also is probably not very good. Well, after rook c1, you have rook b8 to kick away the queen first, and then rook b6. So that's the only thing how you can defend this knight.
Oh, you already maybe see more moves than me, yes?
No, this I made a couple of moves, but
You just made it, okay.
he actually played knight c6, so Wesley so is not afraid.
He played he took and played knight c6
Yeah, because after rook
immediately.
c1, it's rook b8 and rook b6, and the pieces are fine. And also, black is developing slightly quicker because of this extra tempos, and then b2 is also hanging. So I'm not so sure. It's probably
what
well
is going on.
balanced. But I like the square on e4 that Jan is obviously planning to take with one of the knights, and sure you can push f pawn, but it's probably not so safe to do.
Now he played queen b5. Yes.
Yeah, he did not want to allow this rook activation after rook c1, so he moved his queen with attacking the bishop. Now maybe simply bishop e7, and then he will probably go with a knight to e4.
It's knight bd2, and this. Of course, it's a little bit difficult for us also and for the players to compare this with maybe rook c1 and immediately rook b8, queen a6. What is going on there? What is going on here? I think that mainly they try to play intuitively and not maybe too complicated, because still the speed is a little bit surprising for me.
For Nepo.
Nepo, yes.
Yeah, it's probably some preparation. Maybe not all of the moves, but maybe the main idea in this opening. Yeah, it's very interesting whether Jan is using any of his preparation that he is working on for candidates. What do you think? We have two players here.
I don't believe it. The candidates tournaments would
he would hide everything, right? He would probably just use other openings.
Yes, or maybe some kind of special preparation for rapid events. Yes. I think nowadays there are so many quick chess events, so you need also to think about it, what to play in rapid. And
yeah, of course, and you have different strategy against different players and different strategy depending on the time control. And of course, this tournament comparing to candidates is just probably like a walk in the park. Even with such a high prize fund, he still will not be as serious as he would be for preparation for candidates, especially being one of the leaders. But it's still interesting whether some of the moves can slip without thinking, like you can automatically make a move because you were preparing it or not. But yeah.
We have now possibility knight b4, yes, for Wesley. So
which can be kind of a deja vu, although the queen is not on b7. But yesterday the night before came a bit as a blow for Nepo.
Oh yeah. Yes, because then d3 is under attack, and there is some.
Yeah, but the queen, of course, can still defend using even c4 square, because I think currently the rook with the queen on c4, probably rook c8 would be. He would just give a queen for two rooks, which gives him pretty comfortable position. So I think he simply will respond with knight d2 and then knight e4. And after that, he can defend the pawn on d3. But of course, you're right. d3 is a weakness.
Is a weakness. So it is a little bit sharp now. The position became, well, at least it became a little bit sharp. Yeah. So you mean knight b4, knight bd2, and if attack, rook b8 and queen c4. That's
well, after knight b4, of course, also e5 is not defended anymore. So if black will push the queen, then they will take on e5 in exchange for the pawn on b2, and then d4 is also becoming a weakness.
Probably so started to worry about the difference in time. Yeah, so he made a couple of moves rather quickly.
Yeah, but Wesley is quite a dynamic player. He sometimes spends more time on thinking about the moves, but then he can just give a sequence quite quickly after he found the plan. So he probably feels like this position can have some chances for him, and he's just trying to not to simplify it too much, because I think knight b4 would be more simplifying, allowing the queen to take on e5 and activating a rook with taking on b2.
It was definitely kind of complicated move, and I still trying to work it out, but not simple. Do we see the move a3? It's only explanation that Nepomniachtchi maybe was also worried about this knight b4 at some stage.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't want to allow any knight b4s anymore. Do you think black will play f6 to defend e5 so that the knight can freely leave on c6, or maybe weakening the pawn structure is not yet necessary.
And that's a possible move, of course. Yeah, maybe black needs some kind of stability. White has almost ideal position, almost ideal. If you would put the other rook to e1, that would be kind of best possible version. But here rook on a1 is not in the play. That's what is a little bit irritating.
Yeah, the wrong rook, because the knight, of course, was too slow to develop from b1. That's what led to it. Of course, the other rook also can be able to defend d3 quickly, and now it's just one rook that is going to do all of that.
Marie, since they slowed down a little bit,
Yeah,
it became a complicated positional struggle. Maybe we can look at Magnus.
Yeah, here, unlike in the game of Nepo, only 8 moves was done. So both are playing normal games. So we can say that the game of Nepo Wesley is going really fast, and this one is more normal.
What is very unusual, I would say, for me at least, I'm not an expert in this line, but the move c6 looks very unusual. What Carlsen played on the move 6.
Yeah, I know that c6 is normal for King's Indian, where you have a pawn on g6, and then you can play either c6 or e6. But you're right; it's like double defense of d5, which also blocks your knight from developing, and the bishop also is, of course, blocked.
And okay, that leaves still some possibility to develop this bishop on c8, but black would probably at some stage has to think about b6 and bishop a6. I don't know how he can do it yet, because queen maybe
you
in a
would
tricky
need to
position.
And then some bishop a3 before ideas come.
Yes, in this moment that would be a big blow, of course. So White tries to develop the pieces. Very interesting.
Of course, he can play knight a6 instead of knight d7, but all these pawns in the center are really restricting this knight from any play. He can then move to c7, but he still needs to find coordination, which in the latest games of Magnus, I've noticed so many different openings, so many different first moves, that he's just shuffling so many ideas. And the same as Boris Gelfand yesterday said, that it feels like he's experimenting and trying to see almost push the chess boundaries and see what's working and what's not working.
Yes, but this is very original what he's doing, in the sense that he left himself with a wrong bishop, so I just have no idea. Okay, you can take and c4 and then play c6, c5, b6, bishop b7 at some moment. Somehow you need to solve this problem with this bishop. Otherwise it's he's thinking now probably what to do. And you can do it basically in 2 ways: b6 and bishop goes to find ket or a6, or you have to prepare somehow e6, e5.
Yeah,
which
so
is
maybe
also
rook e8 could be rook e8 and knight d7.
Knight d7, yes, but
so maybe the bishop can wait with development a bit, since White's king side is also not developed, and obviously White is not gonna castle queen side. It would be probably a bit too ambitious.
Yes, but I like White's position. I think it's more simple to play with 2 bishops in this situation.
Yeah, so White is probably also preparing e4. Maybe after bishop g3 they can play e4.
Yes, that's or just keep developing the pieces. In the moment when White will bring all pieces in the game, okay, then would be nice for him. Maybe to think about bishop a3 and some other operations, or a4, whatever. Yes, it looks simply it looks rather nice, and now black has to find a plan. Yes, what to do. It's not one move, just some concept that is necessary. We already talked about the difficulties. Yes, if he plays b6, then queen endangered on.
Yeah,
on
immediately
a5.
it's definitely too risky because bishop goes to a3 with a tempo attacking rook on f8. So b6 would be a big mistake.
Extremely risky, yes, or even big mistake, yes.
Yeah, they can also push c5 first, making sure that the queen cannot escape via a6, and then there will be a threat of bishop b4, which.
So maybe black should play c5 now.
Yeah, after bishop a3 it can be c5, and actually, yeah, the engine likes this line, but.
With b6, yes.
From the human point of view, the queen is very uncomfortable, but of course.
Scaring, yeah? That's why he takes time. That's clear. It's scaring move. Yeah.
Do you think he might play b6, and we just all will once again realize that we don't understand modern chess?
No, he played rook e8, yeah? So okay.
Okay, still human then.
Flexible move. No, but that could also indicate that he has tendency to think about taking on c4 and then to prepare e5. Yes. So the rook e8 is a kind of useful move in case white would play bishop a3. Yeah. So we went away, and it is useful move if you prepare e5. So it may indicate some ideas with knight d7, d takes c4, e6, e5.
Or maybe even immediately e5.
Maybe
since
even
he can recapture
yes.
on d5 with a knight, and in case of some c4, his knight becomes active with going to b4.
Yes, it seems to be not so impressed. Firouzja is not so impressed with this, and just keep developing his pieces. Why not? Knight goes
it's
to
interesting
e2.
if Magnus will now push e5.
e5, yeah. No, he definitely should do something a little bit dramatic now.
It's time.
So maybe e5. Wow, what a funny move. Why not? Yeah. And at least bishop from c8 starts to see.
Yeah, immediately sees the light. Yeah.
e6, e5, yes. And then if knight g2, then maybe we can play e5, e4. Yeah, that seems to be very reasonable.
Yeah, and then the bishop only can go like c2 or b1, probably c2.
So take first on e4 and then go away. A little bit strange position arises then. Yeah?
If white captures on e4, then the queen also suddenly comes into play from a5, having all of the.
That's a good idea. Maybe all the way towards g5 and attack the king side in a way. Yeah,
yeah, and this position is so much different from the one from 3 moves ago, right? So much activity for the pieces immediately.
I played this Cambridge Springs variation of Queen's Gambit, where also black plays like a little bit like this, putting queen on a5. And on the knight is usually already on d7, and there is some idea e6, e5 in that type of position. So Magnus tries obviously to have some kind of improved version of this. Yeah.
Yeah, but now he's thinking a lot, already down to 12 minutes. Shall we maybe look at other games and get back to this one?
Of course. Just what do you want to look now?
We can look at Levon against Hikaru.
what a
Wow,
position!
some
Just in time, probably.
yeah. This is very Levon-like.
What
So
position!
much happened here.
Yes,
Bishop
he
h7.
sacrificed the piece, obviously, on h6. Yes, that was like predictable, and now he keep attacking with d5. That is very, very interesting.
Yeah, and Nakamura exchanged the knights on c3, obviously to get to less material on the board. And f5. d5, very sharp. Yeah, again sacrificing a piece. Of course, if you take, then one of the pieces will fall. So taking is probably...
It is, of course, strange, yeah, but it looks like he slightly underestimated this stuff, yeah, Nakamura, allowing such a sacrifice. At least it's very courageous decision.
Yeah, so if he takes on e4, then knight e4, and probably the mate is coming, right? Knight g5 is a threat.
Yes, there are a lot of potential in white's position. Also, bishop d6 hangs, pawn e6 hangs, rook can come via d3, yeah, in attack. But of course, it is very concrete. We are not calculating much at the moment, yeah, but that's Nakamura definitely is trying to do. So let's try maybe take on e4, knight e4, knight e5. Yes. So what do we do? Queen g6 check maybe. He took already on e4. He's very fast. Yes.
Okay.
I think that the main point for black is not only to try to defend, which could be very difficult, but try to also to hit white somehow, maybe some squares, some contra combinations.
Yeah, knight to g5 probably doesn't work immediately after taking on d5 because of bishop f5. So if now knight recaptures on e4,
yes,
and then e d5, then what does white do if...
a bishop can protect everything.
Bishop can protect now after... That's why black will take on d5, but...
Yes,
what else does he have? So, yeah, bishop on d6 is hanging, but we don't want to allow black to take our knight. Although if we take, does... Because d7 is... okay, but we are two pieces down, so... So one bishop on d7 is still a piece up for black. So yeah,
a lot of time already spent by Levon, considering all these complications. He could also take on e6 in this moment, yes. Pawn takes e6, but maybe black simply then plays bishop.
Just bishop c6, and this pawn is very strong, plus bishop pair. We are two pieces down. If it was just one, then it would be easier.
No, what I don't see some safe perpetual check, unfortunately, because black can use his knight to defend on g6, from our checks.
Yeah, the king can go to h7 and then g7 and
then
defend,
g7 and then knight g6. So that's type
yeah, that's gonna be easy to defend. And here like this.
That's a very interesting moment. Now white should find some good continuation.
Yeah, two pieces down. It looks like taking on e4 is sort of forced.
Yes, because we need some support for the queen, and the queen cannot even deliver here perpetual. Yes, so we need some support.
Yeah, Stockfish may see a lot of things, of course.
True. That's advantage of the computer. But maybe we can think about some program to make a perpetual first. That's what I would try to do, to see the draw before white, which is probably still could be possible. For example, we take with knight. You were suggesting
Yeah,
taking
to
on
open the
d5.
bishop to be
Yes.
able to protect.
Yes, in this moment we can take with rook. Different move came. Queen g5.
Yeah, so here we could take with the rook on d5 if e d5 would follow. And then if the knight leaves, then we have perpetual.
Then we have perpetual, exactly. So this is, of course, maybe
And
not...
this is the only way to proceed, probably, for white, because we are already 3 pieces down. Yeah,
Yes,
so Levon,
yes.
does it mean that Levon is playing for a win?
Maybe he tries to play for a win, or he... But I don't know how. How can we bring the rook now? The rook is unfortunately kind of on the wrong square in the moment, and we cannot bring it quick enough. Yeah, over
Yeah,
d3.
this pawn is a
problem. Yes. I don't know what actually he was thinking. Now take on e4.
Now he takes.
Is it the right move order?
So he has knight f6 with a check, but he did have it before. So what is the difference?
Well, knight f6, he can always sacrifice exchange. Yeah, so do you mean now pawn takes d5 would be played? Yeah,
So if now black takes on d5,
with pawn,
we can just take on d6, right? We can take the
on
bishop.
d6. But if you take on, taking on d6, and now black can move. Maybe knight to f5.
So white's idea is to now lift the rook d3, and...
But that's exactly what I was worried about, because then if black takes with pawn on d5, bishop controls the square h3, yeah, so we cannot bring the rook so easily. Yeah. So if now e takes
knight
d5,
f5, then
knight d6, knight f5, yes, that's the possible line.
Well, if white still is looking for a draw, then we can give a check, and if black is trying to avoid the draw, then the only way is to move the knight either to h6 or g7, and then we can capture on d5.
Yes, we will have 3 pawns, but our attack would probably finish. Yes, maybe black can play something.
There still might be some complications for black.
True. The king is still very open. Yeah,
and
but
both rooks will come into play for white.
Yes, but I wanted to have this knight on h6, and maybe then if you take with queen on d5, play either bishop c6, whatever.
Yeah, probably I would take with the rook so that we keep the pin and also bring the rook.
Now I'm not sure that we're talking about the same position. Let's say now e takes d5, yeah? That's what we were checking. Knight takes d6, knight f5. Queen h5 check, yes?
And knight h6.
Knight h6, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
you wanted now to take with rook? Okay, also possible. Of course, very, very complicated. It's still very complicated, I would say. For this time, for this time control, very challenging to play it, yeah? Yes. So maybe Levon wants to play taking a lot of risks as well, so he did it actually. He didn't want to spoil the game with perpetual, maybe.
Yeah, I think he still thinks he has the perpetual in hand, and it requires Hikaru to be precise, and he just wants to keep the pressure for as long as possible, but knows that he should take a draw when it will be the only way to not to lose.
At the same time, it is a little bit better on time for Nakamura, and this 4-minute advantage is useful, for such a position.
Yeah, of course. 2 pieces is better than 1, and
4 minutes more, so that's a couple of advantages. Okay, 1 piece would be sacrificed back. I am almost sure.
Yeah, already bishop on d6 probably has to be given up. because of course the threat rook g3, rook h3 is much stronger than the piece.
Of course, we can also imagine some other moves like bishop d4, but then many possibilities for white. Yeah, bishop f4. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
bishop.
but because we can also push the pawn at some point.
Or we can give check, take on e6, or we have knight
or
f6.
we can
It's
simply
crazy.
take the pawn on e6 and bishop on d7 will be pinned, which is a problem because it means that the rook on h3 will come without any obstacle. So yeah, black really needs to open.
Still a terribly complicated position for Nakamura, so he is really advised to find a way to make it rational. Yeah? So it takes d5 is probably one of the ways to try to make it rational.
Yeah, and also rook can go to d4 if the knight is leaving from e4. Then so the rook has two ways to infiltrate for a mate. So that's why he gave this check on g5 first, to make sure that the king is on h7 and cannot escape via f7. Yeah, it looks really dangerous.
Yeah, definitely he had some ideas, maybe hoping that king would be in more dangerous position. Yes. Okay. We were just in time. Yeah? Maybe to revisit some other, because Nakamura is thinking still, has to make a very tough decision.
Yeah, that's a very interesting position. Someone said that this looks like a Yusopov puzzle.
sorry about this.
That this is.
I should rewrite some of my books not to avoid this.
No, if you will start rewriting the books, then we will not see any new books.
Actually, I think I recently I discovered so many good books. I'm happy to read some books of other people.
Yeah, yeah. I remember you said it in our stream in Russian that you might just hold on writing any new books because there are so much to read, and you are missing out. Yeah, having nearly 20 books, or is it more than 20 books that you wrote?
I don't know. It is too many books actually.
Too many. You don't remember how many?
Yes. I probably good moment to stop and to do something else. But what about Magnus? How is his position now?
There was not much development except for, you were right, it was b6 and bishop a6, and he did not play e5.
Yes, so he tricked us again, yeah, Magnus, coming with different plan, coming with totally different.
So
plan.
he did capture on c4 immediately, then b6. It feels like white was a bit too passive here. Maybe he should have played e4.
Yes, but it is so difficult to fight world champion. I must say, because yeah, it's a lot of understanding of all this stuff. Yes, amazing how he improved the position. Yeah. We haven't seen it. We saw two separate ideas, but somehow he managed to connect it. Yeah.
And of course, you're speaking from your own experience. Do you, from your World Championship matches, feel like when you play the number one player in the world, some of his ideas are in your mind stronger than they would have been if you were playing someone else?
I'm not sure that it was like this, but of course I had difficulties to play against Kasparov and to play against Karpov. They were simply in different category. in my opinion, they were much better.
Mm-hmm.
In understanding chess, Kasparov was very dangerous also because of fantastic opening preparation. So sometimes with black you can enter maybe some positions and you don't have a chance in it.
But do you feel like you were more intimidated by them, and like you were overthinking what their moves, like
That's actually
believing in their ideas?
Interesting point. The problem was that if even if you get some good position, which was a rare case, then you start thinking maybe
there must be something.
Yes, yeah. And that's actually the dangerous thing. That's how I also lost once or a couple of times against these guys, because then you stop trusting yourself.
So there is some like sort of idealization of the opponent, which affects your own evaluation of the position.
It could affect, yes. So it is. That's what also dangerous, because you have to fight. You have to defend your ideas. You have to be confident, but it is very difficult if you're facing such an opposition. And of course, they have already some history. They played each other several times already, and if Alireza would be too much impressed, maybe it would be very difficult for him.
Yeah, that's probably one of the advantages of younger generation, that because of the computers, obviously we all know that computer will be much stronger than any of the world champions of the past or of the modern days. So there are much less like sort of being a fan of anyone, and it's almost like the players like Alireza don't have any idols in chess, and they go just their own way, and it doesn't affect their play. And maybe he doesn't even think about Magnus as a world champion, and he just looks at the screen and plays the moves.
Yes, but the point is you shouldn't underestimate these people. Yes, but you shouldn't overestimate also. Yeah. So to
find the balance. I think we need another book from you on how to find psychological balance in your games against the world champion. That will be a very limited audience. That book will be dedicated to.
But generally, you should try to be as aggressive as you would be maybe in any other game.
So you should still remember who is playing against you, because obviously some players are more maybe into tactical play, and then you can play some more positional games against them. Of course, with Magnus, he is fine playing any type of positions. But still, we are all humans, and he can be thrown off the book, or he can be caught into some complications which he will probably calculate faster than any of us, but he still can make a mistake. But it almost feels like the world champion has advantage in any game, or of course in the match for the crown by default. And it's especially strange for now for us to look at the matches and to imagine that in the past there was no tiebreak. So for the world champion, it was enough to make a draw in the match to remain the world champion. Don't you think that this is kind of already half of the win for the world champion, to be in such a privileged situation?
It was different times, but of course nowadays I think the rules are better, more fair, and you have to win the match. So that's problem solved, and I think this is a correct way to do it. But look at the game just from positional aspects. Yeah? How good is Magnus in sense that he organized some weakness on c4, which would be extremely hard to defend. Yeah. So I see some tough challenge for Alireza coming. He took with knight, which is very interesting.
he took with a knight, and why is that? Why not to take with a pawn? So
Well, he was obviously afraid of pressure against c4, I would say.
So it is like knight d3, he has to capture with a queen, and then it's...
And then maybe queen b4 is coming, whatever.
Yeah, pin.
Pin and attacking bishop. It should be something. But also what is extremely difficult now, he has only 2 minutes and under the pressure, yes? Under the pressure. And all pieces of Carlsen are working. So this is a kind of magic of these strong players. After 15, 16 moves, all of a sudden, we were not happy about move 9 with black's position, but how it changed.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Exactly.
Amazing how it changed. All pieces are in the game. So,
yeah, and also like why he did not play e5, but instead he started creating this weakness on the queen side for white.
Honestly, I don't know what to do now. Yeah, the c4 is under attack. Everything e5 is threatens. Yeah. And
yeah, c4 is probably not possible to defend.
Yes. I think the position kind of collapsing.
The only chance for white would be to exchange the knights and probably one of the rooks.
Opposite colored bishops, but yes, something like this. But again,
so many pieces which are still
so many pieces, and Magnus is so good with positions with opposite colors bishop. I don't know how he manages to get this all the time, but now, of course, he won a pawn and comfortable position, and no time for Alireza. Yeah.
Yeah, Alireza keeps getting into time trouble in this tournament. So maybe he's not so comfortable playing with longer time control because he cannot play just play fast because the opponents have so much time to think. Feels like it's just not his time control at all.
Well, I'm not sure. I think he's just a very young player yet. Yeah. So for him, it is just a great experience to play all these top players. So maybe
yeah,
he's
we
still.
are being told that Levon has only 1 minute left on the clock.
Maybe we should look at this.
Let's look at the position. Sort of simplified. So what happened there? After he took on d6 after e d5.
So black took with pawn on d5 and somehow
and then knight g6.
Knight g6 and made some cover. Generally, the situation is difficult. Maybe more difficult for white. Yes. For this following reasons, because pieces are good maybe in some attack. And,
now black somehow sort of made their pieces work. Maybe the fact that Levon gave that check on h5 earlier, on g5, allowed the king to go to 7th rank. And that's why the knight could go to g6. But of course, this is not so easy to predict that only move helped black to consolidate their pieces.
But he just have 17 seconds. Yeah, that's for such a sharp position.
And there is no forced draw here. He cannot go for any perpetual now. And of course, Hikaru will not allow that. You kind of want to bring the knight to g5, but he played knight g3 instead.
Obviously, he sees some chances with knight maybe coming to h5 at some moment, but it is a dream yet. Yeah.
Yeah, he probably did not like in case of knight g5 there was rook h8, and it's not clear what to do with the queen, and suddenly the second rook can also come into play. So yeah, not so sure. He still has some checks from c3. But it will be very tough for him to calculate all this.
It's difficult for us also to understand in such a speed what is going on. Yeah? Not okay. Hikaru is usually very, very.
Now probably
strong.
black will play rook to d8. Not sure which one, but he needs to get rid of this active rook.
Possible, of course.
And if white goes rook d1 with the second rook and exchange, then their first rank also can be becoming weak. Some queen f4.
Some counter-attack could be extremely dangerous, I agree. Yes.
Yeah, it's really difficult to calculate. 10 seconds he has.
I think it is also could be useful for Hikaru to make some one or two unexpected moves. It was obviously not unexpected, yes.
Yeah, but Hikaru might be also planning something for the next move to play as a sequence, but it's also, Levon is quite a tricky player here, and of course Hikaru knows that playing too fast and underestimating his threats is also quite silly here, and he still needs to be careful. It's still easier for white to play. He can find a couple of checks, which black will be hard to
That looks like an interesting move. Queen c7, knight e4 coming quickly. He sees such a good move so quickly. That's amazing too. Yeah. You wanted the knight actually to be on g5, so he is coming slowly to this.
Yeah, but now the problem is that because he played f3, his queen doesn't have so many squares. So if black plays rook f5, maybe not immediately, but after exchanging on d6, what does the white do with the queen? He can play knight g5, but then what if black quickly organizes the
that queen c1 is coming. Yeah.
Queen c1 and the g5 will be defended.
Yes. No, he's probably losing here, Aronian, but Nakamura doesn't have so much time also. Yeah? So he needs to find a way to win. This actually also requires some calculations. It's not simple thing.
Yeah, exactly. I think we have to stay here and watch it until the end.
Yes, till the end. Yes. Okay, he has a check on c1 and then he can take on b2. So all this stuff, but it's still not over yet. Yes. So it looks just very good for black. Yes, check. King f2. Oh, he does. So where to go with king? No, more difficult, and we don't have time for this.
He can also bring back the rook, yeah.
Yes. That's
at least some tempos. But now rook queen e5, and white cannot really escape from trading.
For example, he doesn't want to exchange for the reason that he wants to attack white. Yeah? In such a speed, queen c5. Okay, he sees queen e4, queen f8. Yeah? Tricky. And that's very, very
this here it would have been some tactics, because it's a pin, but white takes on f8 with a check and recaptures.
Here, big advantage for Nakamura, because only 2 pawns for the bishop, and pawns are not very far advanced to create a danger yet. Yeah? So.
And bishop is quite good in such positions.
Quite good, but of course he has to be careful not to not to blunder something, which I almost did in my calculations. So b6, knight e4, bishop b7, then rook d7 check, rook f7, white can take and go knight d6, and then pawns could be very dangerous on the king side. We can trap the knight on b7, but then maybe pawns would be activated. So it's still not very easy situation to play. Technically not easy, but objectively very good. But he spends some precious minutes.
Yeah, Levon already gained 30 seconds. He is nearly at the same time.
Yes.
And he pushes. So he decided to not to wait and just to push the h-pawn.
So for him, he obviously already thought that he lost the game. So this is just additional chance. Yeah. So he's really relaxed in a sense. Yeah.
Yeah, he has nothing to lose here, and he just is trying to create some problems.
Some tricky moves, some again maybe knight goes somewhere, but slowly it looks like Nakamura is consolidating. Knight f5 maybe. A different move. So he took it. He took my advice seriously to surprise the opponent.
Okay, so Magnus already won his game.
Which we were somehow.
Yeah, it was expectable that he will
expected
just
already. But it is another great game of Magnus. That's really.
And Nepomniachtchi against Wesley ended in a draw, same as Grischuk Dominguez. I'm glad we focused on the most exciting games of this round. And some end game in Harikrishna, Jeffrey Xiong. But it looks like the game is... Ah, no, it's still going.
I must say, I don't like what Nakamura is doing at this, but maybe he will still be able to. Okay, if knight on b2, knight has to stay on b2. It's difficult to hold it.
Yeah, so now bishop d5 and he can move the rook. Yeah, unfortunately these pawns are too slow for any counter chances.
Looks like a little bit slow, but still it is tricky stuff. Now he tries to provoke h6 and play king g6 and hit g5. That's a clever move. This blockade seems to be end of the story. Yeah. Okay, tricky move. Maybe knight threatens to jump with check.
Yeah, knight e5.
Knight e5 now black is winning. Yes.
And then rook e3 and then pushing the
all
knight.
white pieces are too passive to create a resistance now. They said it is a question of technique. No, yes. But Nakamura keep trying to deliver some discovery check. Yeah? Already second time he was building like some batteries, a little bit unusual technique, but
yeah, unfortunately, nothing can be done here.
No, he tries to play knight e5. At last he activated his knight a little bit to create some practical problems. Maybe due to small inaccuracy, maybe of Nakamura, maybe not. Check. Okay. Something like
Yeah,
king.
it's not so easy now.
No, not
Now
easy
the
at all.
bishop on f7 is in trouble after the check, because the king cannot defend it.
It looked so good, but black somehow not able to checkmate yet, or whatever.
Yeah, the pawn is not going yet, and now they're both down to 10 seconds.
Oh yeah.
What if king b7? He probably has rook c3.
What is going on? Would it be some checkmate?
Now he... okay, so if he takes, then knight c3.
Knight c3.
So he's just simplifying.
Yes, that was a very strong blow.
This is very clever.
Yes. No, they're so fast and they're seeing all these nice possibilities.
And now rook b8 and he's winning the knight on b2.
Oh yes. Yeah, and not missing any chance. Finish. A very, very nice win of Nakamura. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it was a tough game. A really tough game. Levon was attacking, but probably forgot to make a draw, in some situation.
He could have done it earlier. Maybe it also was not so easy in this end game, but of course he needed to find precise moves. Maybe not leaving the king on b file and moving it to a file was better because of all these tactics with the pawn.
It's so difficult in just a few seconds to play Nakamura, I must say. And Levon was doing it like several minutes, fighting Nakamura with only a few seconds.
Why not take the pawn here, we're asked, because you have the double attack, rook c3, because of the knight on g3. Unfortunately, white was just one move away from checking on e5, and this knight
it was always close. Activation of the knight was very good idea, but somehow he missed the follow-up.
If the king could have stayed only on dark squares, avoiding the check from f7, then black needs to solve the problem of the bishop on f7, because after this check, the bishop is not defended, the king cannot go to any of the squares that it's defending the bishop. But they both were in severe time trouble.
Yes, but still, of course, they put a fantastic performance. We should say 60 very entertaining moves and just
two pieces for 3 pawns and a crucial attack. But just not enough time for Levon to come with the moves that were holding the position.
It is actually we think that it is easier to attack in such a position, but it's not always like this, because you still need to find some strong continuation, maybe at some critical moment, and for this you need time. So maybe it is a matter who has a critical position first. Maybe it was disadvantage of Levon that he has to find the solution, and it's very difficult in this rapid
the problem is that there was not enough material to comfortably attack, so he really needed to find very precise moves. Normally it's easier to attack if you sacrificed a pawn or two, but you still have a lot of pieces and you can just bring them all to the king, and then it's easier to attack. But here he had only one knight and the rook that still needed to find a way to get to the king to attack, so it was not so easy.
We cannot say that this is a, let's say, weakness of Levon, that he is a little bit optimistic. I think it is wonderful quality to see the bright side of life, and helps him to create so many interesting games. This is actually very, very important. But maybe objectively, he should really to pull the brakes and to make a draw in some moment when he was low on time, and we saw this something like rook d5 probably without checking.
To not allow knight to come to G6.
Defense, to cover the king, and then Nakamura was starting to play for a win, basically. Yes, at this moment probably draw was possible, but I think that very possible that Levon was not even searching for a draw. He was still in this fighting mode, which make him such an exciting player. But Nakamura is extremely dangerous. I think he's in all these rapid tournaments, he's a big force also. He can make very quick moves and on the high quality. We saw that even in mutual time trouble, he was better in control of the situation.
Yeah, of course, and Levon does not really see any reason why to play for boring, you can say boring draws. Of course, it would not be boring at all for us to see such a draw. But also the tournament situation probably dictates him to take some extra risks. He is ahead of Hikaru with 7 points. Well, Hikaru is now on 6, but obviously he wants to fight for one of the first places, and to do that he needs to win the games.
He was trying. He is a big fighter, and I am sure that if it is mathematically possible, he's looking how to win the tournament. So that means also taking some risks in this situation.
Yeah, of course, for rapid games, the players are getting 2 points, while they get just 1 point for Blitz portion for winning the games in Blitz. And yeah, you're right. Mathematically, Levon actually uses this word quite often, even when he is playing just some friendly games, not in chess, but like some board games. He usually uses this phrase. Mathematically, I am winning, or mathematically, I am not an imposter in this game. You cannot expect me to be an imposter because mathematically it's impossible. So Levon is always looking for exact odds, and here I think he did go for mathematically the best decision for trying to play for the win.
Yes, it is impossible for me to criticize these players because it's really very high level. If you see this with computer, you may have different opinion because computer is very cruel and shows maybe mistakes. But if you just try to find the moves with such a speed yourself, then it is a totally different impression. That's actually extremely difficult to play on this level. Yeah, so of course, again, from the point of computer, many mistakes. From point of chess lovers, it's exciting, very interesting games, and I want to have a look maybe again at if possible at Magnus game.
Yeah, sure. We also completely missed a fantastic endgame technique by Harikrishna. Harikrishna had a great game.
He won the game.
Yeah, he won against Jeffrey,
and we see the final position, trapping the knight on a6, of course.
And before that he had a rook and a knight against rook and a knight and
pawn.
It was 2 pawns, but because of a very advanced pawn on b4, white could not really do anything. But then it converted into 2 free pawns on queen side. That's a fantastic technique.
Very interesting game too, yes. But what can we do? Yes, it was so exciting everywhere. We left Nepomniachtchi and so to fight and made a draw. Yes, but the others they did not disappear.
Yeah, so in the game of Alireza against Magnus, we saw this moment where Alireza took with a knight on d4, leaving c4 pawn alone, and eventually he lost it.
Yeah, that was of course very brave decision, but position was difficult already. He was already outplayed by Magnus in this strategical middle game, because White in this moment, after 16 moves, if you look at the position, okay, whatever he does, he has some weaknesses. Pawn on c4 is weak, and the pressure would be building. I think he wanted maybe to surprise and maybe in some moments, if possible, to bring the knight on b5, but it was not going to happen. Rook d8 came.
Yeah, but even if Alireza recaptured with the pawn on d4, as we saw with you, c4 would still be in trouble.
Still better position for black, yes.
Because black takes on d3 with a check, and white doesn't have enough time to exchange the queens, and the queen has to defend this c4 pawn from d3, and the rook's quickly coming, probably even he can double the rooks on c file and just keep
c4 is such a horrible target,
Yeah, and that's how Magnus is so good in opposite color bishop games. He just targets all of the weaknesses. a4 is also very weak, and actually I'm already blundering on a4. Have to defend with another rook. Yeah, so one of the pawns would be lost, and that's why probably Alireza decided to activate his knight instead of trying to keep the...
Yes, it was already here. In this moment, I think Magnus had also better on time. Maybe we can come earlier to see how it happened, because how he outplayed it, his young opponent. We saw the moment also after bishop d3, after 10 moves, and we thought e5 is interesting, which probably is still a very interesting move, but it was not the plan of Magnus. Now he took on c4, bishop c4, and played b6, which is very, very interesting. Trying to solve the problem of this bishop.
Yeah, and instead of maybe playing active himself, Alireza could have played e4 maybe, and if he manages to push e5, he will get serious advantage in the center. Despite d5 being in control of black temporarily, you could still like bring the bishop to b3 and maybe play c4.
Alternative concept would be just try to quickly to develop the king side, knight e2 and short castle. The problem was, of course, that Magnus wanted to get rid of his bad bishop with the move bishop a6. Yes, but the solution of Alireza was probably worse than this exchange. Yeah, that was a problem. Trying to solve the position, he created a weakness on c4 by retreating the bishop on d3.
Yeah, and if he retreated it on b3, he was of course weakening the diagonal, but maybe it's not that bad, considering that the king, he was not planning to castle either way. Maybe keeping the bishop on b3 and defending a4 was better. But of course then black has the idea of c5, c4.
Something went wrong in this moment, in my opinion. Yeah, you suggested e4, which is interesting move. Yeah, also just to have possibilities.
E4 maybe even forces black to play e5 so that white does not play e5 themselves. or maybe c5, but it definitely forces black to take some decision immediately before they can consolidate the pieces by developing the bishop, which happened.
So I'm not sure what to do. I am maybe saying that bishop d3 was probably giving some initiative to Magnus.
Losing a tempo, yeah.
Losing a tempo, definitely. Yes, so it was not necessary. And now Magnus got after c4, but c4 connected with the move bishop d3. That's why Ali Riza played it. This was a wrong idea. But look at the move of Magnus next. There's c5. What a move!
Yeah.
It allows white to take on a5. Yes.
Yeah, he could have taken on a5, which doubles the pawns, but at the same time opens the file, the b file for black, and still c4. The c4 is a weakness. b4 is a weakness, weak square, which he can immediately take with a knight.
Obviously, black would quickly go the knight c6 and to try to hit these pawns.
Yeah, and then if the bishop takes, then he gets his pawn back on b file with being a protected passer.
But still, this is like for normal humans, it's difficult, yeah, to play like this, yeah.
Yeah,
to allow double pawns and then go to endgame, and white has two bishops and black has double pawns, but it's not that important. More important that white pawns c4 or d4 would be under the heavy pressure, or maybe knight comes to b4 and hits the bishop, and quickly black would get initiative. Very fine moment how he outplayed his younger opponent, and of course, yes, Ali Riza, he is a little bit paying to learn different types of chess by playing against these best players in the world, and I think he is one of the biggest talent, and definitely we will see him stronger, but he needs also this experience. So far, fantastic play of Carlsen, I would say. We said what he is doing, we did not understand. c6.
Yeah, we did not understand, and neither did Alireza. And now actually Magnus is playing another young opponent, Jeffrey Xiong, and the game's already in progress. So it seems like
I'm sorry.
They started faster than previous days, so it seems like the broadcast there is
let us concentrate on Magnus, and I see my favorite opening, French defense.
Yeah, nice. Jeffrey is playing French quite often.
And this move, knight f3, it is old move. Now modern approach is to play queen g4, but knight f3 is of course very strategical move. It's very interesting to see what will be in this game. Do you want also to check some other games?
We can quickly look at the openings and then get back closer to this game. So we have Nakamura playing Harikrishna, and Harikrishna is having quite a good tournament so far. Oh, yeah, my cat is...
This seems to be very popular variation, yeah? In this tournament already. It was 2 or 3 games played.
Yeah, this Caro-Kann with e5 and bishop f5 is, a lot. Yeah. And we already discussed with Boris that sometimes it's played h4, h5, sometimes not. Levon yesterday did not play h4 and immediately played bishop d3. Magnus did not even play bishop d3, but played bishop e2 yesterday. So yeah, they all are playing it, but with different.
If I am not mistaken, that queen a6 also was Magnus played a couple of rounds earlier. The same plan. trying to exchange the queens, but white wants to keep it with keep more complicated position with c4. Very interesting, but still probably we are in a theory right now. For sure, the people are good informed what they're doing.
Mm-hmm. Yes, definitely a lot of work done in Caro-Kann by the top players. So we see c4 met with c5. Very very ambitious, it seems.
No, it is the same in a way as Magnus played in previous game. Yes, and want to put also knight on c6 and to push to press in the center, to attack white positions in the center. Trying maybe to say, okay, you played, you pushed the pawn on e5 a little bit too early, and now I can attack you much better. Yeah, so black pawns are a little bit better defended in this situation. White pawns maybe more hanging in the middle. So
d4. We don't want to allow cd4, queen d4, and the knight comes to c6 with a tempo, leaving questions to how to defend e5. So should we castle? Should we maybe capture on c5? That's a very principled move.
Castle is serious move. Yes. b3 to protect c4 could come maybe to some considerations.
And if knight c6, then knight f3, maybe defending on d4, since c4 is now defended.
Yes, I think we can even let black take on d4. We shouldn't take back, and we can play knight f3, trying to create some activity.
Yeah, we have some bishop b2 taking this pawn on d4 later. Of course, it's not gonna be able to survive here on d4.
Okay, different decision from Nakamura.
D takes c5. So yeah, he's asking whether black is gonna recapture, or maybe he will first attack on e5, playing knight c6.
Knight c6, even knight d7 is possible. Yes, so he can recapture with bishop on c5. So there are three options probably. Yeah? Knight c6, knight d7, bishop c5. Okay, very interesting. Knight c6 is
he did play knight c6, yeah.
A very natural move, why not? b3 now. Yeah, so there was some sense in what I was suggesting to protect the c4 square. The both players probably spend much more time analyzing this variation, so they are better informed about the different ideas here.
Yeah, so knight g4, very interesting.
Yes, it actually also protects the pawn on h5, which was a kind of handing. So knight g3 was attacking it. And of course,
now e5, how do we defend it?
e5, yeah. Okay, he can't defend e5, but okay. He wants to go probably to e2 after knight e5, queen e2. And what is going on? Not very clear, yeah. Black maybe can play d5, d4. Very interesting positions arising.
Yeah.
What is the... yes, of course. I wanted to suggest also long
maybe Wesley saw against Levon. So...
Let us check the other positions too. That's really always very exciting. Here we have more quiet game. Yes. It's actually looks a little bit better for white. But so has, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Yeah, the
very
bishop
nice
on
bishop.
e5 is
Yeah,
very
very nice bishop. Yes, that's what probably makes it slightly. But black can exchange it in a due time. Yeah, maybe first playing f6 and then playing bishop d6. But okay, that's a sensible way. Levon is playing to finishing the development, and then he would basically trying to equalize here with f6 maybe and bishop d6 maybe queen d7 rook e8 first.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that Levon might be affected by the previous game and try to play it quiet and without any?
I think he wants to calm down a little bit and with reasonable game. But okay, it was not in his intention maybe to avoid fighting, but with black you have less options, yes.
Mm-hmm.
If white choose this variation, you can't do so much with black. You have to defend just microscopic worse position. That's what Levon is doing. Okay, he would just have a quiet round.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he might consider playing f6 to push the bishop away from e5.
Yes, I think he wants first to finish development. f6 is a good idea, basically. Yeah,
Or maybe even bishop d6 to
at some
exchange the
moment
bishop.
bishop d6. Yes. That's what black's intentions probably. Now for So is a kind of difficult. He has to find some idea, because otherwise draw would be very close. And so how to play for a win? I don't know, honestly. It
Well,
looks
he
very
can
symmetric.
try to get some more space advantage, maybe with b4. But what to do after? Play b5. You weaken your pawn structure. He decided to go for knight b3.
He goes to c5 if knight. Okay, that's idea.
Probably looking ahead, if black will try to exchange the bishops, then he gets this nice knight c5 square.
It is a kind of now or never initiative, yes, because let's imagine black plays bishop to d6, we take on d6, queen takes d6, and then white plays knight c5. That's what he wants to do.
Or maybe he wants to even to play knight c5 anyway, because if the bishop takes on c5, then the bishop gets the white bishop gets very nice square on d4.
Exactly. But this is interesting reaction also of Aronian, queen f8 coming,
preventing the knight from coming to c5. So he probably did not want to allow this exchange of the bishops, at least in this.
And also one idea with this move, queen f8, is to prepare the move rook e8. This way, that later if white plays knight c5, we can go bishop c8 back.
Yeah, bishop to c8, and we simply can again prepare bishop d6. Bishop will be defending the b7 pawn.
Would be everything would be fine. We play f6, we play bishop d6, and then we try to play on the king side. And bishop on c8 is actually not a bad piece, and he's hitting towards the king side. I think it's a very fine move. Yeah.
And of course, black is not gonna consider playing b6, probably weakening their light squares, allowing bishop a6. So these pawns will not move.
At the moment, it seems to be that Aronian has different plan. Yeah. He could play b6 on the previous move, but he doesn't want to do it.
Yeah. So this will be probably a long positional play here. Let's maybe go for Alireza against Grischuk. Another interesting game. That's also Giocopiano.
Yes, yes. So some
Slightly
maybe
different
more.
one.
Yes.
Somehow it's now being played all the time, d3, d6. Going for longer games, maneuvering.
I don't know how these people can stand it, because they already, maybe everybody of them played 100 games with this this position. I don't know. Just a little bit. It's not uninteresting to play it. This is symmetrical, interesting situation, but just to play the same all the time, kind of boring. But here it is maybe slightly different.
And especially that they play this d4 eventually anyway, so the question is why not to do it from the start when you without playing d3. But of course it's
once I played this symmetrical game, and I was actually kind of happy that my opponent played d4, because I have kind of concrete targets in this moment. So it's I'm not sure what is going on. I don't think that Grischuk is unhappy. He put his knight on g6. He has everything nice developed. So
yeah, this knight on d2 is a little bit passive. I wonder if Alireza is planning to play knight c4.
It was probably knight c4 was the idea, yes, and then to do something.
But yeah, black plays d5 and how to play. So now we can have a position with two isolated pawns if Alireza will take on d5. Unless Grischuk takes with a knight.
Somehow e5 looks very natural to me.
Also tempting, yeah.
Yes, but what is the...
But does not it allow too much play on the king side after knight h5 and maybe knight f4? Because of this knight on d2, well, white will have to put it on f1.
He goes to f1, yes.
But then we still can play knight f4. We can also prepare f6, since we have this nice pawn structure on queen side, preventing the bishop from entering.
That's actually would vary maybe more, yeah. So that this f6 and opening maybe some lines on the king side, because just knight on f4, I don't see the follow-up yet. But f6 is a good idea, to bring f6 and to start pushing. So provoking e5 is kind of very deep idea.
Yeah, so we have e5, we have ed5 option. Yeah, maybe we can look for the last game that we didn't see yet, Dominguez Nepomniachtchi. Oi. What happened here?
Yes, we have still the Caro-Kann and very tough position.
Yeah, that was also a very sharp Caro-Kann with c5 immediately. So it kind of makes me ask, why do you play c6 in the first place? If move 3 you play
if you
c5.
want to play c5.
Yeah. Yes. So the idea first to play bishop f5 is to prevent the bishop from coming to d3, and you get control over the e4 square, and you kind of also hide your intentions until later. But here he immediately plays c5.
And they got some kind of French defense, losing a tempo for black, but white took on c5, which normally white is not doing in advanced French. So both can be happy or unhappy with what happened. Yes.
But
it is very interesting position. But how he missed something on h4, I'm not sure.
Yeah, so he did play h4, kind of provoking. The Nepo
So it was
from taking.
sacrifice.
Yeah.
And Nepo took it.
Nepo
But
took it, leaving the king. Well, I don't like the knight e4. Of course, then he will castle. But is this enough? No, he cannot castle. The bishop.
bishop is there.
So the
yes.
idea with h4 was to deflect the queen from defending the bishop.
And now logical continuation 94. You're absolutely right. Yeah. Let us see what is going on. What is the idea of Nepo? Maybe
Yeah, so
bishop
if knight
c6, maybe
e4
sacrifice exchange. Can it be the true? Is it possible?
But white might not even take on c8 and say, okay,
Yes,
I want
this
to,
bishop is too
I want
much.
to build up, and he will bring bishop e3, bishop c5.
Yeah, or b3, bishop a3, something to harass the king. Okay, so knight
no,
e4.
we also should look out for some sacrifices by black. Because we have bishop g2 and we cannot recapture because of knight f4.
No, still bishop is still alive, I guess, on c1. Yes. So.
Right.
But if you put it away, yes. So we have to be careful in executing attack. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe b3. Maybe we can just play bishop e3 instead, but then still black can play knight f4. I guess we just move the queen, and the possible mate threat on d6 is more important.
started to be really very complicated, but it is possible that this idea is just to sacrifice exchange. Then it is very, very brave. Of course, 94 was the idea of Dominguez, and now he's started already.
I'm surprised he did not play it earlier. Was he maybe
you mean wasting so much time for the move which was prepared? Maybe it is a kind of giving opponent some information, yeah?
Maybe he was considering to play b3 immediately, planning to play bishop a3, because black cannot castle because of the bishop.
Knight is hanging then, yeah, on c3.
Yeah, then the knight is hanging, true.
So he has to do... It was prepared. I think he started to have this double thoughts, yeah, what we were talking about, double thoughts.
Or maybe because bishop c6 is kind of forced, he was just calculating further.
Yes, that is possible, of course, yeah, yes. Because here it is kind of sharp, but what black can do, if knight takes c5, then bishop c5, yes, we have this idea. And we have couple of powerful threats. So black has to find a good move now.
Or even knight f5 immediately to be even more stylish. Yeah, maybe bishop c5.
That is funny. May work. May work.
This is kind of a bullet game move. Just to check.
Nepomniachtchi played knight f4 rather confidently, yeah, just checking it long enough, just 1 minute maybe checking it, and played knight f4. So he probably saw the whole operation already in advance.
Yeah, but now after queen d2, I mean, white is not worried about the pawn on g2 with the queen being on d file.
But if queen g4, queen d2, queen g4, what is the continuation?
Yeah, that's a good question, because now it's a mate threat and we don't have any knight f5.
You can of course play f3. F3 you can play, yes?
Yeah, and force the piece sacrificed by black, right?
Yes, and then f4
because we don't have any mate here with taking on c8, then queen d6, then it's simply a mate threat and we have nothing to do here. So yeah, f3 is probably the only move.
Oh, but now queen d2 is kind of very critical, yes? Queen d2.
And then black sort of has to take already on g2, give up a piece. And white can either take Okay, take on c8 or recapture on g2 or play bishop c5 and too many threats.
Bishop c5 would be yes. So bishop f4.
We have a nice comment in the chat. Thanking you for doing a video series with Jan Gustafsson.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for sharing your insights. And if you have some time, it would be appreciated if you could do another series like that.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, that was from Alex Outpost.
It was a pleasure to doing this series with Jan, and hopefully we can find time for some continuations. Oh, what to do? Queen d2 came, and now black is under the pressure. This is a craziness, but I just want to ask if you can play knight h3, but this is a totally craziness. Okay, what about bishop takes g2?
Well, this already looks like a mate, since bishop is not defending d7. Knight
he played
c8.
knight h3. He played knight h3. Another idea which I wanted to check, but yes, because bishop g2 was knight takes c8.
Yeah, and it's all checks, and black is not in time to mate.
Was checkmate, yes. But so knight h3. Okay. Oh.
Wow. Well, obviously, white will not recapture because it looks like it's gonna be a direct threat of a mate on g2.
Still, it is possible then to play f3, but okay. Take and queen h3 and f3. So, and again, the same problem.
But then queen f3, bishop, and we have some f3, perpetual ideas.
Yes, he's not taken. Okay? He went away. Okay.
King f1. Maybe this is even better, because black doesn't have any ideas now how to continue any counterplay, and the knight is trapped on h3, so he will have to give away this piece eventually, while the threats on attack on the king are very, very obvious. And yeah, he can simply be left out with a rook down, because now he has a rook hanging and the knight hanging.
It's now absolutely critical moment, yes? What to do?
Also, amazing series on prophylaxis. Is there any topic that you did not cover in your books or in your series?
Well, I tried to give the fundamental stuff. Some themes were not covered, yes, of course. Impossible to cover everything. But like exchange sacrifice, for example, there's very few things what is in the books on exchange sacrifice. Bishop d5 seems to be a great move.
Yeah, but except for, I think there is queen d5 simply.
Oh yeah, that is even a great answer. On each great
Too many puzzle battles.
Have a great answer. Queen d5, oh god. I was so happy for Nepomniachtchi that he found some idea, and then all of a sudden you're destroying everything. Yes, and actually looks good, yeah.
And he did it, yeah.
Yes.
But this is just resignable now.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. But very powerful game of Dominguez. Yes, that's it is. We may be underestimating players. Yeah, that people who got invitation to play in St. Louis, they're absolutely top. They're really
sharp
excellent players. So you cannot relax on a simple second.
And I think Dominguez is like top 5 or top 6 in the world in rapid currently.
Yes, we see the fantastic idea of H4. Yeah, that's actually was not very clear.
What was the idea? Yeah.
Yes, and so he won the game here. Black resigned.
Yeah, Nepo resigned. Of course, Black did not have to take on H4, and maybe he had to play H5 to prevent White from playing H5. But then the same idea.
True, but then pawn would be a target later. Yeah, you cannot castle short and the pawn.
And then
is
White
target.
also has knight e4 with knight d6 or knight g5 even. Yes. A lot of ideas.
Yes. No, the very clever move. I think for us just to remember this move, it's a beautiful idea. And then knight e4 coming, and all sequences looked forced. Yeah, but it worked for White.
Yeah, and again, the taking a pawn kills Nepomniachtchi. It's second time we see it. Well, not in a row, but this happened yesterday and this happened today. So this tournament really doesn't go well for him, but hopefully this is just some experimenting, and he will not do anything like that in the classical games.
It's possible in any game, I think, that the opponent will hit you, because this is a level of the competition. And Dominguez, yes, you are right. He's really very good, and he showed a perfect strategy in a way.
Yeah, of course, you cannot expect any easy targets in this tournament, any easy opponents.
Maybe we switch to still playing?
Yeah. So we can go back to see what Magnus is doing. And actually, Jeffrey got quite a pleasant position here. I really like this pawn on c3.
Who wouldn't love this pawn, yes?
You know, if the bishop and queen were to switch places, bishop being on f4 and queen on d3, then you immediately have some sacrifices on h6.
But in this case, the pawn on d4 would be hanging still, so it is also drawbacks.
Yeah, true.
You cannot have everything, yes. So how Magnus wants to attack? The last move was queen f4, yes?
Yeah, I'm not so sure what else. Well, he was already defending the pawn, so obviously queen f4 is going for something.
I thought it would be a strategical game, but somehow I was totally wrong. And it started to be very, very exciting very early.
Yeah, so interesting. How to continue? Well, g4, g5 is obviously too slow. Black. Well, now it's black to move, and he does play c2. And Magnus probably has to play g4, g5. There is no counterplay otherwise.
He's in the moment he just attacks c2.
Yeah, but then you have the other pawn moving, a5, a4. Maybe he should have. Well, no, it's very difficult to move the rook from f-file, especially that.
Well, at least he seems to be eliminating one enemy, which is already some small achievement.
Yeah, the problem is that even he cannot go like bishop c1, because immediately the rook on a1 gets undefended, and some queen c3 is gonna be a problem. It's really good position for Jeffrey, it seems.
Looks good. Looks good. But now he has make a decision. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Did he has to try to protect the pawn? It was so strong on c3. So how to protect the pawn? Queen c4 and then maybe knight b4. Yeah, that's one idea. But this a little bit.
Yeah, the
weakened,
bishop on
maybe
f5 is still quite strong. And of course, taking it would just bring the knight to f5, creating more problems and even immediate threat of maybe capturing on h6.
That black shouldn't allow. Yeah,
Mhm.
if this knight is coming to f5, that seems to be very dangerous. Queen c3 is possibility. Yeah, it looks like a reasonable candidate move. Queen c3 protects the c2, and yeah, that's what actually was played.
And now if rook f2,
Yes. Now
then knight b4.
Then we have a problem. If knight b4, maybe bishop d2 is coming.
And you probably don't want to move all of the pieces away from king.
Yes. Okay. It was very quickly played rook f2, rook a b8. Whatever that means.
Wow, that Jeffrey playing so fast, does it mean that, well, it cannot be preparation. No way this is.
No. He just played now very
So
fast.
he probably calculated some stuff already in the previous moves where he spent longer time on the moves. We just saw that the Dominguez thought for about like 3 or 4 minutes before he played knight e4, which was sort of obvious move, while here such moves are coming so quickly.
And that was his intention, clearly, yes. But he was like wanted to be sure that he saw the right line. What is the point of rook b8? I am not 100% sure that I understood. Let's say white takes on c2. Bishop with bishop.
Bishop c2.
Bishop takes c2, rook f takes c2, and didn't we accidentally also hitting knight on c6 at the same time? Maybe
well, maybe after queen d3 taking on c6 is a bit too dangerous. I'm not so sure.
Not very clear why, yeah, because we have bishop f2 and yes. So I'm not sure what is going on.
King g2, rook b2, and well,
and in fact, it looks to me that c2, I don't know, it was a little bit too early.
Even queen f1. Okay. No, then it's h5 pawn. Yeah, so black can take the h5 pawn. Maybe that's check, his idea to take on h5. So he thought that this attack with g4, g5 is potentially dangerous. And he decided to give up the c pawn, but keep a pawn.
So our line is following. Bishop takes c2, yes. Black takes on c2. We take rook f takes c2, correct? Queen d3. Whatever. Rook takes c6. Knight takes c6. Rook takes c6. And now you're saying that there is queen d1 check.
Then maybe we can check with the rook on b2.
Or maybe check on. No, there is also many ideas for black. Queen d1 and rook b1, or queen d1 and queen takes h5. So the position is still very challenging.
Yeah, rook c1. White probably will have to bring the rook back to stop it. No, but then I'm blundering g5. Wow, it's still a lot of things to look out for.
Yes. But
wow, so maybe only bishop c1 is possible. Yeah, it's still very sharp, and probably all three results are possible in this game.
Very exciting battle, yes. So, still, do you see some other ideas apart from taking on c2?
Well, it looks like white is forced to take on c2, otherwise the rook will come to b1, I guess, after like bishop. No, he cannot do it very quickly. He still has to play first knight b4. Maybe the idea is knight b4, knight d3, force the bishop to exchange.
He played king h2.
And instantly Jeffrey replied with bishop a4.
Prepared, obviously, but what is now? If now bishop takes c2, I can say maybe white won a tempo with this king h2.
Probably. Ah. Wow. He gets this amazing rook b2 idea because the rook on c2 is pinned.
True. Yeah, that's what he was going to do. Yes, bishop c2.
That's the idea.
Yes, and then he plays rook b2. Okay, and then let's say we exchange. Queen takes, king h3. How is this position?
King h3.
Maybe even knight b4, whatever. Yeah, no, not clear. Yes, he took now. Different rook because of the move rook b2. Yes. Okay, so we have
queen d3, but at least he's keeping his knights, so that's one good
He is
news.
pawn up. Yeah, he is pawn up in the moment. Yes,
and also h5 is a potential hanging pawn. He also has to look out for some g5 ideas. Not exactly now, but
not so clear now. Yes. So what white is
but what for example if the rook goes to rook f to g2, where does the queen go?
e4 probably.
Queen e4, but then we get this weak pawn on e4, and also allow d5 d6 movement.
Okay, this is tricky. This is tricky.
Okay, of course, we still need to keep an eye on e5. Maybe first bishop f4 and then d4, d5.
No, you have bishop f4. This is actually could be a very critical line. Queen e4 is.
And then maybe rook d8 to stop, but still d5.
Queen
d5 is possible because e6 is a threat as well. Wow, this is so double-edged. And also the knight on c6 needs to be defended, so he cannot take on d5. Yeah, and the time is almost equal now. Jeffrey did spend a lot of time before to...
and
it all happened, yeah. Yes, and immediately d5. So Magnus is giving up e5 pawn, but goes for passer.
Yes, and there should be some concrete tactics.
Yeah, now. I think it should be really concrete, and if both of them calculated all of that with the queens on the board, this is really amazing. So now knight e5 is probably forced. And then after bishop f4...
f6, yes? So you had some other ideas.
e3 maybe? No, maybe he should not put e3
e3 maybe he moves rook.
Yeah, he doesn't have to take, of course. Maybe it's simply f6, yeah.
But obviously also Magnus has some idea. That could be taken on e5, d6, and knight g6.
Maybe first take to make sure that the on e5 that the pawn has to go on e5, and these doubled pawns. Well, he's 2 pawns up, right, Jeffrey? But these 2 pawns are like 1.
Yes,
and then d6.
Some very weak pawns, yes, of them. d6,
and some knight f5. And
Oh,
maybe
this
just
is
trade.
direct. Just take and d7, yes?
Mm-hmm.
And then rook c8 is a threat, so he has to play rook f8. At least Magnus is not going to lose this position, yeah, because probably he picking up some of the weaknesses.
Yeah, this is an insane amount of calculation.
Very, very interesting development.
And still the pawns on e-file might become dangerous, and the same as a pawn can start moving. But of course d7 is not going to allow black any counterplay. So then maybe just bring the king. The problem is he cannot really attack this pawn.
What is he thinking about? Maybe knight b4, because he is not making a move, yeah? So he probably sees some other possibilities, yes? What about knight b4? Yes, immediately, not to take on e5. Maybe also
kind
possible.
of reluctant. Well, first of all, I don't like to put all of the pieces on one diagonal, like to allow bishop c5 later. Of course, rook c5 is probably forced, so we don't lose d5. But then he still can consider giving 2 knights for a rook and a pawn.
Yes, yes.
Because this knight on h4 is a little bit on the edge. So yeah, maybe...
A big problem, and not so much time, yeah, to decide, yeah? That's actually a very exciting moment.
Yeah, he's down to 2 minutes now. Of course, he's not only deciding which move to play now, but he probably calculates all of the forced line which follows. So we will see another quick sequence after the first move.
It should be now a quick sequence, yeah, because he is so down on time. And Magnus, of course, calculating at his time, yeah. And
so he did take. Wow, and
e3. And rook e2. Okay, that's what we also were thinking about.
So now maybe f6 is forced.
Now
he also has some knight g4.
But then the rook is hanging somehow, yeah?
Yeah, rook is hanging, and if he goes to f2, he just loses a pawn.
Many moves, of course, yeah, many moves, but... So... f6 is more safe, of course, yeah. Kind of sane move in a few minutes, yeah, if you don't have time to calculate all this. Now, of course, white can simply take and take on e3, knight d5, rook takes e5. Okay, black is still pawn up, but very difficult to win it. So, what is going on?
Yeah, then take on d5. But yeah, white really doesn't want to lose this pawn.
g6, intermediate move, knight d5.
Wow, this is so exciting. Yeah, Jeffrey is definitely one of the future contenders for being the challenger, because this amount of both theoretical preparation and also the ability to calculate these long deep lines is insane. This e3, he played it instantly.
Well, he calculated, of course, 95, and that's clear, yeah. So it was like what you said, he is preparing long line to to play. What about now? Maybe taking on e5 and then to play knight g6. Maybe this is a way for white.
Take on e5 and then knight g6, rook d8, and maybe just rook c5. aiming for e5 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Because we want to keep the knight on g6, being able to give checks on e7. And then if knight f6, then we can just take... Now again, we don't want to give up this pawn. Maybe we can put the knight e7 to f5. And then
we
take
have
the
in some positions knight e7, knight c6, yeah? So we need to
as well.
see how it is working, everything. Yeah. Very tricky.
Well, rook can go to c8, and our knight is pinned on c6. So we take. The question is if we can defend this pawn, because now e3 is dangerous. So immediately probably nothing works. Can we just take on e3? No, we cannot. We're losing a rook. So we need to move the king first. King g2. If rook d5, then we are entering some kind of similar endgame as Harikrishna had in the previous game.
Very funny position, eh?
But what happened on the board? Now Magnus entered long thinking. Yeah, Magnus is 2 pawns down, plus these fantastic knights on d5 and e5.
It's still not clear. Yes.
Potentially dangerous passing pawn, and he is calm and is handling it so well.
Searching for some resources now, yes. He can also maybe even just to try to be positional by putting knight on f5 simply, not to do much, just knight f5. What do you think? Just
yeah, it's definitely a possibility. Maybe black can use the chance to activate their rook b5 or rook b3.
Yes, but then I can take and maybe something happens with the pawn. No, concrete solution. Rook c5.
Yeah, so he wants to prevent any counterplay from black.
It came so quickly. Obviously.
Exchange on f4 and knight d3. Very concrete play. So when this enters in time scramble, this is gonna be crazy.
I have now feeling that Magnus started to outplay Jeffrey. And d6 can be defended by knight. Yeah, so it's now difficult. This knight on d3 almost kind of trapped. Have no moves. And you have to play in such a situation and how to find the...
Yeah, also black can play rook to b2, forcing the exchange of rooks.
Take and then rook e4, coming behind the pawn. And then
maybe
knight
we can
f5.
play rook b4 instead.
That's okay. He played rook b2, which is understandable. Yeah, because just to have more control over what is going on. Yeah.
So now black can play rook d8, and we probably will see
knight
an
f5.
exciting draw.
Why do you think it is draw? Knight f5. I think Magnus is playing for win already.
Knight f5, but then e2.
Oh, f5 he played. Look, this is interesting. This is
f5.
Let's see. Rook takes, knight c4, rook d3, and how?
Knight c4, rook d3, king f7, knight f5. Oh, no, it's too dangerous. Rook d8, then again knight f5. Yeah, he has to give up on f5.
I think he wanted to prevent knight f5, but I don't see how he can win the pawn. I don't see it. Yeah. So rook takes c3 simply.
Knight c4.
Knight c4, maybe rook d3. It is drawing chances for black, but king f7, you said, yeah? King f7. Knight f5 and king e6, maybe like this. But this is this amazing feeling of position of the pieces what Magnus have, yeah,
Yeah.
which makes him so good, yeah. So we thought it is bad position, and he managed to overplay, yeah, in a few moves, overplay Jeffrey.
Well, it's not over yet, of course. Jeffrey still has a pawn which might start moving.
No, I think he has good drawing chances. That's true, but still, it's not. Before it was like clear advantage for Jeffrey, and all of a sudden he has to fight. Oh, different move came. What amazing move! He is not taking the pawn, but just playing for d pawn. That's a great move. Rook e7. So now what can we do? Knight b6. What is the idea? Knight takes f5. Perhaps. Or knight
Then knight d7.
g6. Or knight g6 simply. Knight g6 now.
Can we sacrifice a knight?
What a move. King g2. That's not great.
Because the pawn on e3 is still dangerous. Because if we play knight g6, knight d7, rook d7, rook e8.
No, the big point that he doesn't what black can play, yeah. So that's the big point. King h7. It's not the most useful, but yeah. But now knight g6. What is going on?
This is such a creative play.
Brilliant play.
Yeah, but after knight g6, I'm not sure what to do. Because if the rook goes to d8, then it's rook e8.
Rook e8, and yes.
And we have to take, and if we take on d7, it's a mate on h8.
Rook b8. He wants on rook e8. He wants to take on d7. That's the kind of only move.
That's very creative. And he finds these moves on like last seconds.
Yes, you need to find it, otherwise he has to resign. Yes, but what is going on?
Yeah, this is...
King f3, now he would play a5 and push a pawn. Looks like desperate, but... This is amazing complications.
Yeah, probably on the last seconds Magnus will be more precise.
The threat is knight c6. The main threat is knight c6. Okay. What is this? King e2.
King e2, a4, rook d6, a3, a2.
What is going on?
This is insane. But isn't now rook g8 some rook g8, king e3?
Yes.
Yeah, rook a2 is not possible because of the check on g1, g2.
But that is amazing development. Yes, there was such an inventive play of both of them. Yeah.
So yeah, rook e8 was winning probably earlier, but he did not find it.
That we should check it maybe after the game, yeah. But because it's amazing stuff is going on. pawn on h5 is good, yeah. So I don't see how black can play for a win. I think it's draw, just repetition.
Yeah, but what an exciting draw.
Amazing, absolutely. Both both are so good. It's such a incredible. Yes, I was thinking that Magnus already overtook initiative, but Jeffrey was so
that's
tough.
a draw. Yeah, in the end game here, it's possible that black could have won somewhere.
That is of course also possible, but
if he if he took on h5, do you think there was good chances for him to convert this to extra pawns?
I need to check it. No, I don't think so, because white king was somehow too good on coming to e6.
The king on h7 is also pretty cut off.
But I understood what you mean. Just a second. What was the moment? Can you tell me the move?
The 55 move?
After rook h2, yes?
Yeah.
After rook h2, rook a7, king g8, king d4. In this moment, he may take on h5.
Yeah,
yes.
Because this king is, of course, too active, and the pawn on a2 is not gonna...
White would take on a2. Yes, but in this moment we may lose our f-pawn with rook h4. Okay, white can play rook f. You know, the big problem is that the endgame with f and h-pawn is actually normally draw.
Yeah, but we have some initiative with our king, which is suddenly becomes in the right place and can quickly advance to g4.
True. So it was the best chance here, rook h5, definitely. Yeah. Rook e2 was mistake because it just gives white a tempo.
Yeah, but at some point Magnus apparently was winning earlier.
It's also possible.
After knight g6.
That looked great. This position looked great.
Here, move rook 47, e8. Rook e8. Rook
Instead
e8.
of king e2.
Yeah, rook e8.
Instead of king e2, rook e8. Okay, and then black, if
he
black
has to
takes
take
on d7, then knight g6. But then knight g6 and checkmate on h8. It happened also so quick.
No, but he has knight f6 and then knight g8.
Sorry, we talk about the same. Instead of the move king e2, you said rook e8.
You mean to take with the rook on d7?
I thought rook d7, yeah, to take with rook, because if it takes with knight, you take on d8. Yes.
Yeah, but I think it's possible that... Yeah, I mean, it has to be losing. Yeah, if we take with the rook, then knight g6. Then the only way is to take with the knight, give up a rook.
D8.
Yeah, and yeah, it's losing.
It's just immediately lost. Yes. So probably he was so puzzled after 95, or not enough time.
Maybe he just maybe he overestimated the threat of the pawn on e3. But yeah, what an exciting position.
It is exciting, but it was absolutely amazing also the play of Magnus. And from his perspective, of course, he lost half a point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Although objectively, we should say that Jeffrey was also close to winning this game on a couple of
definitely.
moments,
Earlier he had chances, and even in the end game he might have played a bit more precisely with taking on h5. So let's see. Wow, Wesley won? How did that... Wow. We completely missed all of the other games.
This. Yes, we were so excited, and here the final position is very depressing for Levon.
Yeah, it seemed like such a calm position when we were last looked at it.
But it is already 73 moves, of course, a lot of things.
Yeah, and It did not look like much of danger here, but somehow he got this passing pawn, f-pawn. So maybe in time trouble, Levon...
I see the position after 25 moves. It looks like
Yeah, but the thing is, after 40 moves, Levon still had like 9 minutes on his clock. Where did the time go? So somehow this... so Levon tried to go for repetition. And after king g3...
Actually looks like it was impossible.
He loses a f4 square, control over a 4 square, and that's a problem.
Maria, which move are you looking at?
Move 51.
Already far away. No, it was absolutely unnecessary for Levon to get into such a trouble, because it seems to be everything fine, yeah. And then he somehow put the knight on the wrong position, whatever, yeah.
Yeah, this is
on g7. I think he put the knight on the wrong position somehow. Got
knight to d7
himself in some trouble, yes. But earlier he was not worse at all earlier, so it was maybe he was thinking. It's very strange, actually.
Yeah, that knight e6 controlling f4 square, and that doesn't look like white has any breakthrough. But maybe he thought that his position is so well defended and safe that he can do almost any move, and turned out that he lost control over this f4, which still is not so clear how Wesley managed to win here. Probably the cat helped him. So king f4, then e5, then the knight has to go to e8 to protect d6, and he goes around bishop d8, king f5. So he's in Zugzwang.
Maria, which position are you looking at?
After knight e8, move 54.
Move 54.
Yeah, so
considering this. No, but this, of course, already kind of difficult situation. Yes, knight is.
Yeah, he had to defend d6, so he put the knight there. This reminds a little bit of the position that Aikmar Tirosyan got against Nihal Sarin in the last game of the Olympiad, which ended with a fall of the time for Indian team, because also he was the Armenian player was in a quite passive position. He had to put his knight behind. And this is sort of similar, but of course here the king already breaking through to f5, and there I think they were trying. White had to somehow create such a position.
So never in the life knight should end up on e8. Yes, it should be much earlier on e6, and then it would be no problems for black. Yeah. So something totally wrong.
Yeah, has he put it on e6 earlier, he would have prevented the king from entering using the dark squares.
I think if you look at the position after move 41, yeah, and then now he had the position with knight on e6, so it was kind of almost impossible to lose it, yeah. He had everything, he was holding.
Do you think he tried to play for a win at some point? Knight g5, kind of looking for knight e4, of course immediately f3 coming. He goes back.
No, I think there was an extremely unfortunate maneuver bringing the knight on
f8, d7, yeah.
You did it himself, yes, and that's what.
Of course, here he kind of has a Zugzwang. He has either king h6 Or he can move the knight to d8 and then back to e6.
Yes, he can stay, but not on d7. He put the knight on d7, and that was extremely.
He just needed to bring it back to e6.
Back to e6, and then he was absolutely safe. Nothing can happen, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see any idea then for white, and it was like maybe careless move, and I don't know what happened. It's very, very sad, of course, to lose like this.
Yeah, even now after knight d7, maybe. Yeah, he's in sort of Zugzwang. The knight only has b8, but maybe even knight b8 is not losing. If king g3 now, then we have king f5.
But yes, by putting still, why to do this?
Yeah. It was completely unnecessary.
Unnecessary, and then he was like missing maybe some tricks and whatever. I don't know how it happened. Letting king come to f4 without challenging him to f5, that was also not a good stuff. Yeah, that's what happened. Actually, maybe.
Yeah, never underestimate. Even in such simple-looking end games, you still need to be careful and put your pieces where they belong.
Yes, you are probably right that it was anything but not to let white king to come. Yeah. So many things went.
But of course,
wrong.
It was hard to predict that this will happen to him, since it looked so safe.
Maybe he thought that he can play f6 and then realized that after bishop d6 he would end up in Zugzwang.
Zugzwang, yeah. Yeah, of course, white has more space, so it's quite possible to have Zugzwangs. That's why the knight on... Maybe he thought that the knight on e6 is more likely to get to Zugzwang because it only can go to dark squares, and he wanted to prevent such a thing from happening. Maybe... But he still had like g7, and bishop is not everywhere.
Has many squares, and I don't think it was any big problem. But sometimes you see some hosts, yeah. So it's
some
not
ghosts,
some ghosts. Yeah, it's not. You can see hosts, but you see ghosts. Yes. So,
Yeah, this is very.
That's of course very, very painful stuff. What else happened? Because we were so excited by watching. Magnus.
So Nepo lost, Aronian lost, and the rest of the games ended in a draw, which of course was a very exciting draw between Magnus and Jeffrey.
Yes, that was still for me the game of the round, yeah.
Yeah, obviously.
So many stuff.
So currently Magnus is on 12 points and Wesley is catching up, having 11 points after winning over
After this
Levon.
was very important game for him, yeah.
And Nepo and Harikrishna have both 9 points. So despite Jan losing this game, quite unfortunately, he still is sharing third. And Grischuk, Nakamura are both on 8 points. And in the next round, which starts in about 10 minutes, we have Levon playing Dominguez. Grischuk playing Carlsen will be very interesting. Then we have Harikrishna, Wesley So they are both trying to fight for the leading places. Nepomniachtchi, Alireza, and Jeffrey Xiong against Nakamura. So yeah, very interesting games. I suggest to go on a very short break, and we will be back in a few minutes.
Very good, very good.
Okay, so we are back with Grandmaster Artur Yusopov, and the games are on. They don't give us any time to breathe, do they?
No, but that's good. Very interesting what is going on.
Yeah, amazing games. So let's maybe focus on a couple of games again. I have here Grischuk against Magnus Carlsen. And some Sicilian. That's the first Sicilian in a day, I believe.
That's refreshing after all these Italian games. Yes.
And Carocans. Carocans with e5, bishop f5.
It's very, very sharp system. Yeah.
Okay, so Grischuk Magnus it is. Let's see. Yeah, so where is white going to castle?
That's very, very good question. Very good question. Yes, and black.
And maybe that's what he's thinking about now.
Need to decide. Yeah, he still has both options indeed. Yes.
Yeah, Najdorf is always very exciting. Maybe if it's a long castle, if he's going for a long castle, he doesn't even need to castle immediately. He can immediately go for some... Well, g4 is probably a bit too aggressive. He still has to look out for knight e5, attacking the bishop.
Yes. A long castle still maybe more natural choice, yes?
Yeah, because you have h5, which can be a potential weakness in black's camp. And he could be attacking it with immediate g4 or first h3, then g4.
It is at the same time, it is very possible that Magnus in his preparation and he played quickly, rather confidently. Bishop b3 is not committing anything, yes?
He just defends against knight e5 in advance, which also makes sense to check what your opponent will do, if he's gonna allow you to play g4 or maybe play b5.
He's still castle long side.
So if the knight takes on b3, he will just recapture with a pawn and then put the king on b1. No, he can take with the knight, of course.
He can do basically almost everything, yes?
Yeah, his king is pretty safe. While black, of course, castling long side is probably too daring for black. Well, of course, with the b5, he's saying, I'm not planning to castle long side. And he's immediately going to attack the king, or at least get some space advantage. So maybe now, if Grischuk already started with prophylaxis, he will continue with king b1.
King b1.
It's only natural.
For some reasons necessary to play it. Yeah. Not very clear why, but everybody plays king b1. Yes.
Yeah, it's of course against some tactical options with bishop h6. If, for example, the bishop will have to recapture or...
Okay, that's a good explanation, yes. The king b1 happened.
Yeah, just not to have it under potential pins or checks from h6, just complete safety. But also waiting to see what black will do.
Exactly, that's probably the biggest point, yeah? Just wait, wants to see what is going on. Bishop d7, where black put bishop, yeah? Bishop b7, yeah? Or what else? Short castle, committing also. and then bishop. Then
Yeah,
bishop
short
h6.
castle immediately probably will come with some h4 or h3, g4. Yeah, once the bishop leaves to b7, white can immediately play g4. Although I'm not sure if giving up all these pawns is a good idea.
Now this kind of clever move and give ball to the other side, yeah? Just like playing tennis and then to see what the opponent is going to do. Bishop b7 came after not so many thoughts, but okay, still so took some time to decide.
Yeah, the position of the king is a bit worrying, of Magnus King. There could be already some, even some tactical chances. What do you
Well,
think?
at some moment maybe to keep initiative on the queen side, black would need also to castle and to bring the rook, yes? But he wants to wait a little bit, I guess. Yeah, he wants maybe to make all useful moves like rook c8, maybe some queen move, and then only then, in the last moment, maybe.
But maybe there is already something very concrete here for white. I feel like black needed to castle already.
You think so, yeah? What do you see?
Well, there are quite typical ideas for white to get the queen on g5 with a tempo after sacrificing a knight. Like knight f5, g takes f5, and queen g5, but we have a bishop on e3. Yeah, I'm not sure if this works.
So I'm not sure also. So what to do? E5, then he still can take. Yeah.
E5. No, probably not. No, I mean like if knight f5.
Okay, knight f5. You mean double attack? Oh, that is funny.
Yeah, g takes
you mean
f5.
Knight f5, bishop takes c5, and to play queen g5, double attack on queen d8 and bishop g7. That's very interesting idea.
And this is where king b1 comes necessary.
Absolutely, yes. So, wow.
And now, of course, well, bishop h6 is probably forced, but then we take the queen with a check, and it's
now
maybe
he should play bishop h6 early, yes? So knight f5, pawn takes f5, bishop takes c5. Now maybe not to take on c5.
Immediately, well, if bishop h6, then we will go back and
back to f3, yes. And then black is opening the position, but where he can castle, nobody knows.
We just move the queen, and the queen is the pawn is pinned, right?
Well, bishop e3 is still good. Yeah, I think white has a good position.
And then take.
So that's what it is about. Yeah, knight f5. What Grischuk is thinking about. Yeah,
I think it's quite possible. Yeah, because this is I've seen a couple of games with this move. And yeah, it's quite useful here that the king is already on b1. Yes.
No, that's one of the ideas, yeah, to avoid bishop h6. Okay, so knight f5 is coming. Little bit unexpectedly.
Well, he of course does not have to take on f5. Are there any other options?
Not so many options.
Well, after bishop c5, maybe he can. So what we're sacrificing a piece, right?
So not to play bishop h6, but just maybe take on e4.
Knight e4. Pawn takes. And then we probably already have dc5, queen g5, and we have bishop d4.
So it is a little bit more complicated, of course, yeah. So
Yeah, this is already double-edged because black pawns are also quite strong and are going to attack on the queen side. Yeah, this is very interesting.
Anyway, I'm sure that Grischuk is calculating all this stuff.
Yeah, we can look at the other games while we're waiting. So we have Nepo playing Alireza, another Caro-Kann, or at least it was going for a Caro-Kann. No, this is something else.
It left the Caro-Kann rather.
Yeah, D3.
Strangely, yes.
It's also a variation, I guess, of the Caro-Kann, but then it sort of went to a combination of French and now E5. Wow.
Let's say something unknown.
Is there something they don't play these days?
Oh, it's nice. Everything but not Italian. Yeah, so it's good. It's good. Different.
Everything but not Italian.
That should be forbidden, and that's fine. Yeah. They're fantastic players and so many fantasy. How do you like the position, Nepomniachtchi? What do you think?
Well, I like White's position. I think slightly more. I like this bishop on f3. I like the knight on d4, and of course the king's safety is just telling me that White did everything correctly here.
Okay, but Black will castle, yes?
But he still is liking the pawn on f7. And yeah, directly there are no ways to use that because the bishop is sort of on the wrong diagonal.
But what is interesting that Alireza is still thinking, yes? So he sees maybe
castle seems to be a very obvious move here. Wow, in the chat people are saying that Alireza is thinking for 7 minutes already. Oh no! I think this chat is is for all the games, and they probably mean Grischuk.
Okay.
Yeah, Grischuk actually played a3.
And castle at last. Yes, I hope we don't have any problems with connections today. Yes.
Yeah, so here we also have the move. Yeah, it's a little bit disappointing that we don't have some sacrifices from Grischuk.
He played ace. Oh no!
Yeah, Grischuk played a3. So now if castle, then everything is sort of safe, but maybe White will be attacking there. Okay, let's focus on this game since we don't have any excitement on Grischuk's board.
Unfortunately, yes. He spent. This is the worst scenario. He spent so much time and did not play the move, maybe.
And especially against Magnus Carlsen. This is what we always want to see. Do you think it's possible that he would have played knight f5 against another opponent?
Possible, yes, possible. But also Magnus played very quickly, so he could think that he's still in the preparation.
That Magnus knows what to do against it.
Yes, but.
Yeah, what goes through their minds is something that we all really want to know. Yeah, of course, it's nice to sacrifice pieces of other players, not your own.
It's easy. It's easy. Yes. But I'm sure that Grischuk was considering this. Otherwise, he spent so much time.
Yeah. He would not have thought for so long on any other move. Since he already did all prophylaxis moves, a3 looks quite natural.
Okay. But what about some other positions?
Okay, so Black recaptured on b3, getting rid of the bishop. Yeah, here we can move to the game Aronian Dominguez, maybe?
Maybe. That looks like an
Another,
interesting change.
another Italian. Sorry.
Okay, no, but no, this is not exactly. It was like Spanish, I think Spanish stuff, whatever. It's much more open, much more exciting position. So,
so black played
what
d5.
is going on? Yes, it is much.
I like this a line of knights. Yeah, in the game between Kramnik and Leko, I believe, back in like August, I think it was the Legends tournament. They had the same knights all lined up in a diagonal.
I missed this beauty. Yes, that's actually fantastic.
Yeah.
That's a 6 knight d5. Very nice. Very nice. It can be only topped by all knights in the center somehow, yes?
Two knights facing two knights.
Yes.
Or maybe two bishops facing each other on the diagonal.
Okay, that's an interesting situation.
Yeah, so what is going to happen with all these knights?
Maybe just to spoil the whole beauty and to take on f3. So what about this?
Oh no. poor horsey. Yeah, well, it actually does look very natural to double the pawns and to weaken h3.
Yes, that's what maybe. Yeah, it actually happened. I wanted to say that's what people on amateur level would definitely do, and immediately it happened.
Yeah,
yes.
So maybe now black will advance their queen to f5 to attack both pawns, f3 and h3. And of course, placing the queen on g2 would be way too passive for white. So do you think they will give up the pawn, one of the pawns, or just play king g2?
Rook d1 is an alternative, yes, possible. Possible to play rook
attack the
h1.
knight. Then maybe knight f4.
Knight f4, yes.
Yeah, so if queen f5, king g2, knight f4, we probably have to take.
Take, and then maybe some move like queen g3 or queen g4, yes? Trying to...
You meant to play with a queen to g2?
Yes. Now queen g2, and then queen f5, queen g2, and then to try to improve the position. But it looks equal to me. Yeah,
but maybe with the queen on g2, we won't exchange the pieces, but just try to put the pieces on better positions, because the queen on g2 is a little bit passive.
That is true, yes, but still.
How to improve? This knight on e4 is too good.
Yes, and also, okay, white still has rook d1, and white still has bishop h2, queen g4. So it's not that clear. Maybe this.
95 white probably will take as well. Now then there are also some tactical chances here with like something.
In fact, why he's thinking again? Yeah. So queen f5 is so natural. What he doesn't like here in this position?
Yeah, it's hard to say. Meanwhile, in Magnus' game, Magnus still didn't castle. I wonder if he is planning to castle at all.
Maybe at some moment, but... Yeah,
so Dominguez is now really deep in thoughts. queen f5 seems very natural. Maybe he is thinking about some a6. Wow, they're maybe
Okay, that was a
getting tired.
concrete. No, I think his problem was that he saw the move queen b5 on queen f5.
Okay.
And that's the explanation. And then the pieces are hanging, and that's why
Yeah,
he
if
was.
queen f5, then queen b5, giving up one of the pawns in exchange for b7. That is the idea.
But also pinning the knight on on d5, and that was hidden idea which we failed to appreciate in time. But seeing the move a6 helps to see that white has the threat maybe of the queen.
And now white can simply play rook d1.
True.
And then
True.
queen
So
f5.
and then queen f5 happens. Yes.
But then again, white has maybe queen c4, again attacking this knight.
We can even go to b6 in this case.
Queen b6, and then we... but then we're already losing one of the pawns. Or do we not? Queen e2? Can we take on h3?
Perhaps, but at the worst, black can still come back to
we probably
d5.
cannot. Knight
No?
g5. Knight g5, f7 is hanging, and we cannot take because
that was
of the mate.
Good. That was very good, knight g5. I missed it, but okay. I didn't want to take it anyway, so maybe to play knight d5 back and to hold it like this.
Yeah, knight d5, and then, well, of course, black will be happy with the repetition.
But it is not clear if queen on e2 is really much better than on f1, yeah, so.
Well, we want to activate it a little bit and bring the king to g2, probably. So he did... this happened, actually. Queen f5 and queen c4. So now probably knight b6 will happen, and then the question is
what we expected
will play.
We have some problems after knight b6, yes, but because c7 somehow not protected, but how to use it for white. Queen f7, that can be calculated.
You mean after knight b6?
After knight b6, queen takes f7, queen takes f7, bishop takes, king takes, bishop takes c7. What it is? Yeah.
Rook d1.
Rook d1, yes.
And the knight can go to not so much.
Somewhere, but somewhere still.
Probably has to go on 8th rank because c4
is. Yes, but that doesn't look badly. It doesn't look badly to me.
White definitely
pawns,
has good compensation.
So okay, let us check. Knight b6 was played, so queen e2, and now back. Yes, that's our theory.
Yeah, that knight d5 will be played back because if queen h3 happens, then it's just the same as what happened yesterday with Nepo.
But here it is, of course, should be clear to black that white prepared something.
Yeah.
And Dominguez is not going to play it quickly, yes. So he thinks. He thinks, and
yeah, we can look at other games, and I will keep an eye on it. We still have to see. Okay, Harikrishna against Wesley So has developed quite a bit. What do we have? We have. So it's equal amount of pawns. c7 seems to be falling.
He just played knight g7. Knight was protecting c7. So the point is probably
giving it away
knight f5. He's giving
some ideas with the mate. Knight f5, queen g3, knight e3.
Just maybe like h5, h4, and knight g3, following Magnus from previous game. Just put knight on e5 and then to play h5 and then h4. And
yeah, so if the takes on c7, knight f5, queen. Can queen go to f3? No, we cannot go to f3. Sorry. So f6.
No.
G3 check.
Yes, but then it looks good already for black. Yes, that's a great move. Knight g7.
Mm-hmm. And
Beautiful fighting move.
At least f4 is now going to fall. Yeah, that's very creative.
Activates his knight just in time, and now white should be careful. Yes.
So if we want to play it safe, we probably should try to exchange the queens. But there is not so many options how to do that.
Not easy to do it, yes.
Or we can also try to go for checks ourselves via a7, which is also not so easy. So Dominguez did not play knight d5, but he played knight e5. Interesting. So he doesn't want to repeat the moves.
Okay. No, he also attacks f3. So what is going on? White can play king g2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
kind of
looks
safe move. Yes.
Looks safe. Mm-hmm.
Maybe. Oh, f4.
F4. Wow.
F4. Okay. Why not? On the other hand.
Oh.
He wants maybe to go queen g4 at some moment, or if knight g6, maybe queen
yeah,
g4.
If knight g6 now, then maybe queen g4. No, if queen g4. No, then it's fine. Then we just recapture with the bishop on d1.
Yes, and then we try to attack somehow some f5 stuff. That doesn't seem to be very clear to me, but okay. But
there are no ideas yet how to pin this knight on e4. Like if rook d1, bishop d1. No, it's probably the knight is safe. Yeah, this is already probably preferably for white.
No, not so sure. I'm sorry, not so sure.
If the queen takes
G6,
on g4.
Queen g4, yes?
Mm-hmm.
They said rook takes d1.
Mm-hmm. Bishop d1.
Bishop takes d1. Okay, this is a position. Yeah, okay. Queen somewhere b5.
Mm-hmm. Can we attack?
f5, yes.
f5. Queen.
And knight e5.
Knight e5.
That's what I wanted to see.
Mm-hmm.
What is going on?
Take f6. Can we be so daring? At least we can use the weakness of the backhand.
Yes.
We cannot take with the bishop because of knight f6.
Knight f6. No, that was very exciting.
Yeah, and it's a mate.
Okay. That's the idea is behind f4. Yeah, he wants to.
Yeah, so then bishop has to leave on f8, defend g7.
So now the Dominguez has to think if he was so smart to allow this f3, f4. Yeah.
Yeah, the problem is that after bishop f8, f takes g7, bishop cannot take on g7 for the same reason. Right? If bishop g7, knight f6 again.
Yes, I already resigned after f6. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Not possible to defend. So the plan we already understood is queen
so
g4,
queen
f5.
has to take on g4 then, right? So black cannot keep
yes,
the
but then it is unpleasant. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these pawns are really good now.
Then the pawn's formation improves, and white has some
and
pressure
also bishop pair
due to bishop's pair. Yes.
Quite an active knight as well.
But no choice, and knight g6 was played. Yes, what else?
So now queen g4 probably will happen, and then the question, what will Linear do? Yeah, because if Linear allows Levon to play f5, we're gonna see a real Lev.
Oh, different move was
Knight
played.
g5,
Knight
yeah.
g5. Oh, what a move.
And then he wants to probably play queen g4 again. Same ideas.
Well, at the moment,
And also
black...
he also always has some tricks with rook d8, right?
But
Attacking.
there is what black can play now. This is a good question. F7 hangs.
F7 is hanging. Bishop on e7 is not yet hanging, but it might.
Yes, if rook f8, then bishop already another target. Even bishop c2 comes to consideration, yeah, hitting.
Yeah, but already I think knight f7 is a threat. Because again, the back rank, rook d8, bishop d8, and queen e8. Knight f8.
Very dangerous.
Yeah, take, and then rook. Another rook is coming.
Very dangerous, you are right. Knight f7 is horribly. What a move, knight g5. Very strong.
Yeah, it's really hard to find, and also Dominguez is much lower on time. Maybe knight d5.
Played, yeah, okay.
Knight d5 played. Yeah, now maybe queen g4. But of course I don't like that our pawns will be pinned after bishop g5. So queen g4, hg4, bishop g5, trying to simplify. Rook e8, takes. Okay, knight has to go somewhere, maybe knight f4. Still, it's a bishop pair, so it's probably
still good position for white. It goes like
these
this.
knights are slightly awkward here. One knight has to defend the other, and yeah, it looks like knight on f4 is nicely placed, but it's also some kind of a weakness.
So we look at queen g4. Yes, that seems to be good. Yes.
Yeah, Levon is now taking his time.
In a comfortable situation with 7 minutes more and a good position. Yes, queen g4 came.
Okay, so black has to take, right?
Yes.
Oh, and he took.
Did it, and c6 he played. Okay, protecting the knight on d5.
Yeah, that makes sense. He also did not want to
even if it don't see anything, yeah. Let's say white makes a stupid move, knight h3. Even in this case, somehow I like white position because f5 will follow probably, yeah. And black has to retreat, yeah. So
yeah, and after knight h3, f5 is a threat.
Okay, it was just first move which came to.
Yeah, also knight f3 is a possibility. Knight f3 also stops any ideas of bishop h4.
Because of at the end rook takes d8. Yes, let us explain it. Yeah, if knight f3, immediately black can't take on f4. You take with bishop and then rook takes d8. Yes. Correct.
Yeah,
so white can simply retreat the knight. That's what happened. Of course. Because black cannot take the pawn on f4 and f5 is
too many pins.
These two bishops now started killing.
Yeah, these bishops are great in such an open type position. And yeah, the knight on g6 is misplaced.
And also the problem that white, of course, has the options to hit these knights. Yeah,
This
both of
already
them.
happened. Yeah, knight f3.
Yeah, knight f3 is a great move, but both knights can be hit by pawns. Yeah, so they don't have any secure position. Very, very dangerous. How to defend it, I don't know. I think Aronian is winning more or less.
Yeah, strategically, this position might be already lost.
Yes, yes. Where to put the knight from g6? F5
F8,
is coming.
F8 only.
F8,
and then,
but then
example,
after
H6.
c4, we can even lose something. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah.
Well, I don't think we're losing yet. At least knight goes to f6 and defends the rook on the e8.
At the moment, yes, but then also g5.
But then we take an e8 and look at this position. 2 knights on back rank, bishop on back rank. So all pieces are like in starting Fischer random position.
Difficult
yeah,
situation.
The white pieces are just starting to approach from all sides. c5 can follow with a nice outpost on d6.
You mean now knight f8, yes, or maybe some other?
Yeah, if we push f5, then we push c4, knight goes to f6, then we trade on d8, bishop d8, obviously, to not to lose the bishop, and then after all exchanges, it's yeah, all pieces.
Okay, but that's. And then we attack f7 and we win, yeah? Something like this.
Yeah, knight e5 is probably the first move. Well, bishop c7, of course, is still somehow hanging on a thread, trying to at least exchange it. But then c5, and the bishop, the knights are just in their stables, horses.
No, many good ideas for white. That's the point. Yeah. So, very tough.
That's a beautiful play by Levon, and he deserves to win this game after his play in the previous one.
He's a big fighter, and I think it's just such a pleasure to see him playing, generally.
Oh, bishop f8.
Always ideas. Okay, this move to have a square e7 for the knight, yeah? So I can understand it. But
now he's getting this... he was already giving up a pawn. So
he's giving up a pawn,
he decided to try to simplify.
And there is no real compensation for this, yeah?
So knight e7, rook d7... How to defend these pawns, I also don't know. b6. The rook will just keep aggressive, keep getting aggressive towards its pawns.
I said it would be tempting also not to take anything, yes? Just to play 5, yeah, you're right. But he took. Okay, he taken a pawn. Okay,
well, it's a clear advantage, of course, with no real compensation for black.
Yes.
And now, knight has to go on e7. There is no other play for the knight. He needs to try to reroute it to maybe c6. But the problem is that the rook cannot even defend the pawn on b7 because f5 will come. And what to do? So if now rook d7, if rook b8, then immediately f5.
No, he probably wants to take on b2, yes? So, but maybe we can play rook d8 and then f5 and bishop
so
d6.
he played with the rook on e2.
Yes,
right?
but it still looks so depressing that I think white should have some direct win, like f5 and then maybe rook d8, or first rook d8 and then f5 bishop d6, and just pinning everything.
Yeah, rook d8, and then we want to play f6.
Also,
yeah, just, f6 will be just the last pin in the lid of the coffin.
No, but it is also knight e5, knight goes to d7. It's so many ideas. So I think maybe rook d8 is kind of proper answer. But there, of course, again, white is a pawn up. If he doesn't want to do anything. He plays f5, and then he can also play rook d2, his pawn up. Yeah, very good chances to convert this advantage, actually. Just to play f5 and then rook d2. But I would try to... It's so tempting to try to play for a pin, yeah. And if black plays f6 at some moment and knight d4, knight e6, I don't know. Just if rook d8, he goes for the pin. That's so tempting. But this, how can it work? Yeah, how can it work?
Oh wow! Meanwhile, Grischuk seems to be doing much better against Magnus.
Oh.
Can we leave Levon here alone?
We should leave him.
I think this is already pretty much winning.
Yes,
here.
he is winning. Yes, and let us see how Grischuk played.
Yeah, what happened after a3? He took. He took with the pawn, which is very interesting. Rook c8, knight c2. Wow. So the knight goes. The bishop goes to d4. Such a creative play by Grischuk. e5.
Very positional, yes, very positional.
So he's using the weakness of dark squares on the queen side.
Still, I'm not sure that black should.
He did weaken the d6 pawn.
This sacrifice
e5 was not forced, right? Did Magnus have to play e5 with the bishop on d4? Yeah, that sacrifice on f5, of course, was very interesting.
But, yes, but okay, he sacrificed exchange in the game, yeah, Magnus.
But did he get any?
Or if he got any compensation, that's a big question.
Yeah, because after king b2, it seems like king is the whole king's defense just moved one square further, but did it really weaken the king? I'm not so sure. He later wants to go to d5 to block all this counterplay. So Magnus even played d5 himself.
Yes, and then
obviously knowing that it's positionally he is in a bad situation.
Okay, the time situation favors Magnus, yes, that gives him some chances, but how to play this position? Maybe knight c7 is handing, yes. So okay, why he's thinking to take
maybe
on
d4 now?
d4, and to hope for this dark squared bishop coming to the game. Yeah?
I mean, if he has already played d5, I guess he needs to continue with something, otherwise he is gonna just... Once white trades the queens, it's over.
Yes, but I thought black wants to take on e4, honestly. But
take on e4.
I thought,
but then yeah, we need to count knight c7 threat.
The knight c7 is coming.
So is there a way to prevent it? Well, we don't want to play knight e8.
And you know what happens after this? Knight c7, and then if queen c6, white takes on a8, rook takes, and maybe exchanges everything. Queen e8, queen a8, rook d8, and endgame. Winning for
it's
Grischuk.
a forced exchange of all the pieces.
Forced exchange, yes. So that's not what Magnus wants to have, but then alternative, what you said, d4, yes? Not because it is a good move,
there is simply nothing else to do.
Nothing else to do, yes. It's not really. So,
yeah, and Magnus is already losing his time advantage. Slowly. That would be really
big sensation, yes.
Yeah, for Grischuk to win this. And, well, it won't change the tournament situation much for Grischuk. He is in the lower part of the table at the moment, but we know how good he is in Blitz, so he can still strike back. in the tomorrow and after tomorrow games.
But just don't forget that he is still fighting Carlsen, and look at the move bishop f8. Yeah, the idea probably on knight c7 to play queen e7. Can it be the idea?
Mm,
And hit
Knight-
a3 all of a sudden.
Knight b5 is
Knight b5,
solving
yeah.
that problem.
Ay.
Maybe he wants to play.
That's why queen knight c7 came.
Mhm.
I thought about this queen
If
e7.
queen d6, knight b5, queen c6, we still will exchange the pieces, right? Just queen b6. And then the knight on f6 is not defended, so we have to exchange. Yeah, this is not looking good for Magnus.
No, not at all.
So knight c7 played.
Queen e7
Queen
played.
e7 instantly.
So what about knight b5? Yes. So what is going on?
Played.
Queen e8.
Queen
played.
e8. And then again knight c7 maybe?
Then he,
queen e7. And then he can play b4.
Okay, but then maybe still he tries to trick a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Before, and then he moves maybe bishop,
Bishop,
whatever.
yeah, somewhere.
We
He's
still
trying,
have-
yeah, he's trying to...
confused. Yeah, really very inventive.
resourceful, yeah. At least he's avoiding queen exchange.
Bishop b6. So this way to defend. Oh,
Yeah, it's also very creative play of Grischuk. Like, normally you would think about b4 immediately, not moving bishop. So now he can consider capturing on e4.
yes. At some moment he should do something like this, probably.
Like d4,
The problem
knight
is
a8,
going to endgame. Yes,
Yeah.
knight a8,
knight
queen
a8,
a7, bishop a7, rook a8. Yeah.
yeah. And then bishop goes somewhere.
And a3.
Bishop
hangs.
takes a3, king c2, and it looks like it all is gonna happen. And then just take on f3. We need to be careful with the pin. So now already pin is a threat. Rook a1, and because the rook is on...
Bishop a3 would be played, yes?
Yeah, so then he needs to move the bishop away after that.
Yes, he takes and goes away to
Mhm.
e7, whatever. Yeah, or f8, yeah, I don't know.
And then we just play rook a1 and...
Bishop f2 for some reasons, not clear yet, but okay. Now rook a1 is a threat. Okay.
Maybe he is going to play bishop h4, pinning the knight on f6.
Yes. That's why he played bishop f2, not bishop e3, to avoid bishop g5, knight h7. Yeah, so to attack it from h4. Very thoughtful of Grischuk. Yeah, it's a fine
Now
move. And
maybe black has some intermediate move like e takes f3. No, he played bishop is.
he played bishop
bishop
e7.
e7, yeah.
And keeping the rook is the priority.
Okay, so he took on f3.
Very quickly played e4. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just using all of the last chances to exchange as many pawns as possible to try to find chances to make a draw. But of course, these two pawns on b3 and c3 are
very good. Yes.
Yeah.
So I don't know how many chances he has. Yeah. Very good play of Grischuk.
So now white will just bring the rook in. Okay, a lot of moves are happening so quickly.
Yes.
So
f5, but
yeah, f5. Magnus is simply trying to get Grischuk in a time trouble and make him blunder something. which is nearly impossible against Grischuk. To use his time travel. He's just pushing the pawns. I don't think this is gonna last long. Of course, Magnus is creating some counter chances, but his pawns are going to be stopped easily.
No, the rook is very strong, of course.
Mhm.
Yes.
Mhm.
And now, for example, but how you stop rook f1, knight d2? So there is still some possibility to blunder something. Yes.
Rook a7, and he wants to bring the bishop. He can even sacrifice one of the pawns to change. Like he can play rook e1.
So
Target
far
the bishop.
he plays such a fine moves like rook a7, rook a6. It is very good for him. Yes, he is on winning.
And now he can bring the other rook to a1. And if the king will go to e6 after that, then he's winning a bishop. After rook a7 and rook a6, the other rook.
C4 happened with intention to play c5. Okay, what is about if black doing the same? F5, f4, pushing his pawns, whatever.
Mhm.
Just hoping for some miracles.
Yeah, the question is which pawn do we move?
Bishop d6 was played, and that tempo bishop g1. Oh.
Now rook d5 is going to happen later. Rook d5 and ask these pawns what are they going to do. And he also wants to play c5.
Now this kind of critical situation. Maybe bishop f4, and if rook d5, then knight d2 check. And that could be some defensive idea. But of course, rook d7 check is coming first. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Also, the check, the king will just leave.
But I still have knight d2, so maybe it looks bad, but I don't know what to do else.
Yeah.
And
yeah, the
time
problem
is
is
running.
that this pawn on c4 is not even so crucial because we are
King
winning.
e7 was
we are
found.
winning the bishop on f4 as well, so that's.
It was probably impossible to play, but Grischuk is so fast.
Okay.
Winning.
Okay. So he resigned. Amazing.
Very impressive, actually, technical of Grischuk with so few minutes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And we have another endgame by two experts, Harikrishna and Wesley So. Yeah, we missed the beginning of the game, but we can look now. No, here probably Wesley is gonna manage.
It looks like.
Yeah, this outside passer on a4 is so strong. And he cannot even capture it because then it will be a winning king endgame because the king is closer.
Oh, what is it? Very fine move. Knight f6, knight d5 check. Yeah, that's an idea. Okay, very nice to see such a technique.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a trick to exchange the knights.
I'm not sure that it was necessary, but looks like controlling g5 square is a good technical stuff. Now f5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, f5 played. Knight g3. And now probably just move the king towards the pawns.
No, h5. It was he wanted to prevent h5.
Any counterplay. Mm-hmm.
Any counterplay. Yes, I think. Yes, the same motive. If knight f4, then knight d5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the total domination here by Wesley. Now f4, trying to...
Then king d5
and
probably.
then king d5 and king e4, yeah.
King a3 cannot help, yes, king e5. How can it be helpful? Oh.
And now he can even give up that pawn and just go with the knight to collect all the remaining pawns on king side. No, he goes back. Interesting.
Maybe trying to win time.
Well, he needs to make sure he doesn't repeat the position 3 times.
Yes.
Maybe...
No, but you're absolutely right. King e5, knight d5, and then knight f4 winning.
He can also play king e6, f6, g5, and have outside passing pawn.
But your idea to attack h4 pawn, why not? Knight f4 and that's finished. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they're playing so quickly. Yeah, now knight g2 and Harikrishna will resign probably.
It's about time actually, yes. Or it looks like. Only a few seconds left, yeah.
Yeah, so it was a draw between Xiong and Nakamura. And Nepomniachtchi as well. So that brings us to...
Oi, why he did it? Knight takes f3.
Oi, I'm missing out some.
But it's okay, but totally unnecessary. But
he's just trying to play nice.
I don't know why to do these things.
Nice game. Yeah, now it's total domination. g5 is going.
Okay. Still, of course. Absolutely.
Maybe just making sure in case if he has disconnection. He does not lose on time.
So it is a little bit unusual technique. But
yeah, it's a little unusual, but it's probably some adjustment to online play. Probably in a bullet game, probably this is an instant move by bullet specialists in this situation to capture. Yeah, because if here he disconnects, white is winning because they still have a pawn.
Okay.
But of course he could have just played king d4, e3, and even pre-move all that.
We had such an exciting day today. Yeah? Amazing games. So Grischuk wins in a fantastic manner. Yeah,
yeah, amazing game by Grischuk.
Demonstrating such a beautiful technique with no time at all. Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. And so that makes it that brings Wesley to the lead actually. So Wesley is in the lead with 1 point ahead of Magnus going into the Blitz portion tomorrow. And then behind Magnus we have Nepomniachtchi and Grischuk, both on 2 points behind. And then it's a big field. Hikaru, Harikrishna, and Livon.
I am a little bit surprised because it looked like really Magnus played a fantastic second half, let's say, or basically the whole tournament he played very good. Till this just previous game.
Slipped in the last game, yeah.
Last 2 games, actually, because
he had some.
Jeffrey was kind of
up and down, yeah.
Yeah, and that already was dangerous, and then it happened basically.
Yeah, and that's what he said in the interview yesterday. That of course, like being the best player, well, you can play more freely, but at the same time you have some like pressure because one mistake and you will be overtaken instantly. So it doesn't matter if you are the best player in the field or not. So the pressure is still there. And it's also kind of interesting how he gives such interviews and then something happens in the tournament for him. So I kind of understand why he doesn't give interviews during the event so much.
Predicting, maybe predicting too much.
Not to predict anything bad for yourself.
But Wesley, so this is slightly unexpected to me because I saw him very solid. Yeah.
At the beginning, especially, he made some draws even with white, which looked a bit way too solid.
Also, the game against Aronian, yeah, what he eventually won, it was like a very solid but drawish, boring game. But then he gives important point there. Yeah, that's actually. Maybe this gives a boost, yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, so it's actually a good point from you that Wesley often sort of downplays with not doing anything over pushing himself, but sometimes he is just expecting or waiting for some over pushing by the opponents, which he immediately uses to his own advantage. So maybe that's what happened here. I'm not sure.
Did he lost the game here?
Not that I can recall. No. I believe that in the first day he had one win, and the second probably as well. And today he finished with. Did he have three wins?
This is possible, at least.
He won against Levon. He won
last game,
and he won against Alireza, or am I mistaken?
Let us check it quickly. I think we will have the results. Just a second. There was a game against Nepomniachtchi, which was a draw.
Okay, so one draw.
One draw. Yes, and then he won 2 games. This one against Aronian and this one against Pentala.
Yeah.
So it was like very solid performances on each day, yes? Very stable.
Yeah, it feels like Wesley listens to himself when it's necessary. So when he feels like he can push, he does. And when he does not feel like he should do anything against the position, he just makes a draw even if he is white. So it feels like he is such a balanced player with both like his shape and like how the tournament is going. So he's just being looking out for any chances.
Very disciplined, yes, in a way, yes.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to say.
Very disciplined, very controlled, very much in control. I wonder if he can hold this level of self-confidence and control tomorrow, yes? Did they play tomorrow already?
Yeah, they are playing tomorrow. They are going to play Blitz. It will be 9 games tomorrow and 9 games on Saturday. So it's double round robin basically in Blitz that is going to happen.
Just one small question: what happened to Aronian in last game?
That was a win.
That was a win.
Yeah, that one
was a beautiful game. Yeah. And that's actually was only one more move, yeah? And then knight f6, knight d4. Oh, that was...
yeah, so he resigned after this. Yeah, obviously, knight e6 is coming.
Knight e6 is coming, and that's it, yeah. So that was finishing this.
Yeah, exactly.
Very beautiful, actually, game of Aronian. Very, very powerful performance. It looked like drawish, but he somehow managed to break through with f4 and...
f4, f5 was a brilliant idea.
And in the moment when Aronian has initiative, then it's such a joy to see what he's doing. Not for Dominguez, of course, but for us, it was a really powerful performance. So Aronian, how is his position now? Sorry, you already told it, yeah?
Aronian has, he has 9 points, same as Nakamura and Harikrishna. So he's shared 5th place.
So that one player who could a little bit be upset because of this unnecessary loss to Wesley So and
then to
also
Nakamura.
and then before also to Nakamura. That was like heavy day for him, and of course he was trying everything.
Yeah, of course as we said before, he tried to push out of the tournament situation. Since rapid games are counted twice as much as blitz games, having an advantage like Wesley So now has is already a lot. If it was just 1 point for a win, then Wesley would have been only half a point ahead of Magnus, which is of course with 18 games to follow is not so much. But it counts as one, and it's already a solid lead.
Yes, but of course that's still Magnus has excellent chances.
Yeah, and Magnus is so good at Blitz. But it's also interesting to see that we have Carlsen, then Nepomniachtchi, then Grischuk, and then Nakamura, all following each other's, like all back to back. And they're all fantastic Blitz players, many times winners of various tournaments.
How strong So is in Blitz?
I feel like he's not very how to say, not conservative, but he is not stable there. So he can have a very good event, and he can have a very bad event in Blitz.
So that we will see tomorrow, yes, how it goes for him.
And of course, it also can be one very good day and one very bad day. So there were events where Wesley was collecting so many points on one day that even losing a few games on the second day, he still had such a huge lead that that he was still winning or finishing in top 3. But definitely a lot of tournaments had just Carlsen, Grischuk, Nakamura back to back fighting in Blitz, and Nepo is also quite unpredictable in this. He can also like have maybe even tilting moments where if he loses 1 or 2 games, he starts getting very unnecessary draws or over pushing, and this can also affect the game. It very much depends how they will start tomorrow, how it goes, because the difference of 1 or 2 points before so many Blitz games is not so
relevant. Yes,
yeah, not so relevant.
The form. Yeah, we played two bad games, and it's already a different situation. That's and I wonder if So can hold such a level, yeah, as he did today, level of self-control as well. Yeah, so almost not making any mistakes and playing very solidly, and then profiting from mistakes of the others.
Yeah, of course, it will depend if he can hold the same level of solid play with Blitz, and we'll.
Which I would say it is impossible. Simply, you cannot play 5 days like this. Yeah? So it would be some weak moments maybe for him.
So maybe that's the reason why on the first day of Rapid Games, Wesley was not really playing any long games and kind of went for some solid draws with white. Maybe he was just saving energy for the last games.
I don't know. I don't think so, basically, because maybe he was like getting confidence during the during the tournament, yeah, getting some additional confidence and playing better and better actually, because today was very good.
Yeah, so slowly just building up confidence.
Building up everything, yeah. Just it was not probably, and sometimes you don't know in which form you are. You start the competition, you're a little bit careful. Makes sense to me. So just not to rush without knowing how good you are.
All right, so We actually had a lot of wonderful comments in the chat during the games. So many people said that they have all of your books on their shelves.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's so nice.
And yeah, so the chess training is saying that he read all your books and all of your articles on Dvoretsky's book, and that you're a legend. Yeah, many more people said that they simply have all of the books and they studied them a lot, and it's
that's of course extremely pleasant to hear such things, and thank you very much. There's some inspiration for me then to keep some
to do some work, but maybe not so much of a book, but maybe some articles, so you have still time to read something yourself.
No, I have one project which I have to finish and try to do it this year, working on material which left from Mark Dvoretsky on technique, and that I want to bring as a book.
So that's something we can project. Be excited for and waiting for. So I guess this a little bit strange year kind of helps to focus on the project and to do more than you do normally when you travel.
I'm not sure, because it's but it is really strange, and I just somehow entered 21st century, a little bit late for myself maybe, but okay. All this technical stuff on this correspondence, I didn't know this word Zoom. I didn't know what it is, and
streaming,
streaming, all this stuff, and then all of a sudden we're doing a lot of stuff.
Are you enjoying this streaming? Well, streaming,
not yourself, I don't know yet. It is too much. I'm not so advanced.
Yourself?
Maybe in 1 week, maybe we will be talking on different level. Maybe I start doing this streaming.
Imagine Artur Yusopov as a streamer. I think everyone will subscribe to you.
Yes, but it is a lot of things going on, of course, and we use these technical opportunities much more intensively now. At least this is my feeling, or I'm doing it as much more than before.
Well, you have one of the best setups I've had among all of my co-commentators. It's like you already did it for a while, so I can say that you're like a professional commentator here.
Already, because I already did a lot of lectures online, and it works, and it's a little bit surprising to me, but. My first lecture was complete disaster, but after this I recovered.
So you're a quick learner.
No, not so quick, but I'm trying to learn, and it is so exciting to learn, and that's actually what is very motivating. And we look today, what a chess, what are the people, what nice. They play excellent stuff, and we can learn so many things from them. Also, even from rapid games. Yeah, it's very exciting.
And of course, we can also learn from you, from your insightful commentary, and everyone enjoyed, and I also enjoyed it a lot. Also, the same person, Chess Training, is saying that he first saw you at 2006 World Open Philadelphia and wanted your autograph, but was too afraid to approach you.
Okay. So please, next time, don't be afraid.
Do it. Or maybe I can help here. I do collect signatures of players on my own photos and distribute them on my channel. So I still don't have the signature of Artur, because last time I think we met was 2014, the World Junior Championship. Maybe after that I saw you at probably not Bundesliga.
Maybe some events. I still think it could be
something to look forward to after the lockdown is completely over, for sure. I will be looking forward to signing some photos with Artur. But also, of course, we all really enjoyed your company, and we'll be really happy to have you again sometime. And I will be happy to invite you again.
Thank you very much. No, it was a big pleasure for me
Also
today.
have someone saying hi.
Oh, I have almost very similar cat.
You have the same color.
No, almost
We
the
call
same.
her a cow. She's like a cow cat.
Yes, but we have white, but then gray. No, not black. Really.
Okay.
It's interesting, but it's also very nice. No,
Yeah,
it was
Shashka,
really.
Shashka especially likes chess pieces.
Oh, why not? Okay. My cat was running here a little bit also, so but no, probably nobody saw her. So she's
No, that's a
very
pity.
fast. She's very fast. She's very fast.
I'm sure our viewers would love to see your cat.
So, not here. Okay. Sorry.
Maybe next time. That's
next time. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Artur, and
thank you too. Thank you.
Thank you guys also for your questions and comments and feedback. You can send more feedback to my Discord, and I will be happy to pass it to Artur. And yeah, I hope that we will see you again soon. And good luck with your next project. We're definitely looking forward to it. I will also get myself a copy, same as everyone else. And yeah, see you next time, and have a good night.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
So then I'm switching off.
Yeah, I will just end the conference. Shashka, stop it. Okay, Shashka is saying that the commentary is over. It's enough. Shashka, stop it. Okay, so yeah, guys, I hope you did enjoy, same as me, but stop it! Go away. She doesn't want to go away. Yeah, so actually, it's pretty exciting, but tomorrow, of course, I will be here again, if I'm allowed to, and I will have another very special guest. Many of you must know him from streaming and from playing a lot of bullet arenas on Lichess, a lot of streamers cups, doing commentary on his own channel as well, and streaming already for quite a while. And he's not a GM, at least yet, but he's such a significant IM that it's even a part of his Twitch handle. So, do you have any idea who that is? You probably guessed. Yes, it's I am Rosen, which is Eric Rosen, who is also a fantastic photographer, my colleague. I learned a lot of photography from him, and maybe we can discuss this during the stream tomorrow as well. So, yeah, I hope you're just as excited as I am. Of course, we will rate photo chess. You don't need to ask that. I will do that. So, I will see you on my channel in just a couple of minutes. And I will see you tomorrow on this very same channel again for another exciting day of commentary on Blitz St. Louis tournament. We will see who is going to be leading after that. Currently it's Wesley So, which is a little bit surprising after quite a big dominance of Magnus, quite a solid play, but the loss in the last game to Grischuk bounced him back a little bit. It's just 1 point, but yeah, it will be very exciting. We have a lot of fantastic Blitz players in in the tournament, and tomorrow they will show their class, and we will have Eric, who is also a fantastic Blitz player, bullet player, and I'm very excited. What's my channel? You can just stay on the raid and you will be automatically taken. I'll see you there, and have a good night. See you tomorrow. Enjoy chess, and bye bye.